All right, how we doing, gamers? Right on time. Hi to Marco. What up, Dancing Bear? What up, Obi? Reg, Danvers. How's it going, guys? What up, John? Big day today. Big day today. Tons of hype right now. I know. Well, it's a little bit.
This is a nice number.
Holy shit, John, with the 90 months in a row of tier 3. Holy shit, dude. How you doing, Tank? How you doing, Silverin? Oh, let me, while we're chilling. Is Wednesday such a big day? I mean, it's like hump day, you know? It's like the biggest day of the week, you know? It's the news. Oh, yay, the embargo is passed. I got early access to alpha. Skirt. I got early access to alpha, and the video should be posted. Post the video? Did I make it at 12:01? Maybe I made it at 12:01. But yeah, I've been gone for a couple days, and I've been, you know, doing some things. We have a brand spanking new video out, going over delves. So I will pin that in all the respective chats and everything like that. But I got early access to that, and we also got to see some new hero talents. And guess what? Priest got some new hero talents. Skirt! The video for Priest hero talents will be up tomorrow. Yeah. Pre-order pages 404ing? I bet. I bet. Whoop. What a big day today, guys. What a big day today. I'll also be on with Squishy and Company. Or Wowhead, maybe it'd be Tettles. I'll also be on with them, and we'll talk about all kinds of stuff. So they did delete the PI cycling nonsense. And I'll show you exactly what they ended up doing. Let's see, I have all my footage. I can just find where it is, where I go over all the hero talents. I guess it was probably earlier on, wasn't it? Let's see, I think it was around here. So I'll explain. Yep. Hog, let's do it. So Archon is technically on the alpha, but there's actually no like abilities. Okay. So Oracle is back. I wouldn't say it's better than never, but it's certainly back. So. And yeah, I know you guys in some chat. Just be cool. Alright, so here is the new Oracle tree for Holy and Disc Priest. Well, we'll talk about the monk stuff a little bit later on. Oh yeah, and a quick note, I scheduled this tweet to Equinox because Clash is back on the Mistweaver class tree. I scheduled it for 12:02, so right after our embargo ended. So little note, Clash is back, and it's a 30-second cooldown, and shit is sick. Yeah. All right, but back to the Holy Priest stuff, okay? So here's the spiel. Here's the spiel about what Oracle is. All right. And mouse over it, you dummy. Killing me here. Mouse over the main thing. Stupid me. Come on. So most of the tree is the same. God, you're killing me, man. Never mind. Thank you for the 32 months. I am just desperately waiting. So most of the Holy Priest class tree, all that stuff's the same. It's all good. It's all Gucci. Okay, here we go. So here's what Premonition actually has become now. It is a personal button that you put on yourself. Okay? Most of the other stuff is all the same. Okay, but it's a minute cooldown. You can reduce it slightly. And you get 3 different buffs that you place only on yourself. And every spell cast jumps it to another buff. Okay? So the first buff is Premonition of Piety, which is basically Velen's. It increases your healing and causes half your overhealing to be redistributed to up to 3 nearby allies for 10 seconds. More or less a weak Velen's. Insight reduces the cooldown of your next 3 spell casts by 5 seconds. So you hit Insight, and again, it's all off the GCD. And then the next 3 abilities that you cast all give you cooldown reduction. Solace, your next single target healing. So you activate the ability, and then your next single target heal increases the target's healing received by 25% for 10 seconds. Okay? Most of the other stuff is the same, like the Miraculous Recovery, where you get to have Powered Life cooldown reduced. I'm going to have a video about all this tomorrow. I wanted to get the Delves video out first. So, herein lies the problem, though. Some of these buffs are better than the other. and yeah, that's kind of an issue. That's kind of an issue right now. 3 spellcasts that give you 5 seconds of cooldown reduction each means 15 seconds off of Holy Words for Holy Priest. If you're playing Disc, then you're gonna get, Penance, Mind Blast, maybe Penance again. Nope, 1's all you get, John. Probably already clipped it. So, yeah, the buff balance, quite a problem. Good morning, Solus. We're talking about the Oracle tree that has been revamped for Alpha. Yeah. I'm kind of curious as to what other videos people have been posting. You still have to reactivate Premonition and the effect that you want? No. So all you do is every spell cast moves it. Every time you cast an on GCD ability, then it jumps between them. So you can see right there at F4 is the ability. So as I am gonna cast like Smite on some stuff, whenever I finish setting up my bars. So see right there, every ability I cast shifts the buff to something else. Nothing to do with PI. PI is not even listed in the hero talent. Nothing to do with it. Yeah, once you activate the buff, it's off GCD, gives you buff, starts the cooldown. And then the next 3 spells will have the cooldown bonus. Yeah. Another thing is that one of these talents will give you 2 charges, but you can't use your abilities to shift between the bonuses. So like, for example, you could take one of the talents, and oh yeah, it's like if you alternate the buffs, so if you go like piety, insight, back and forth, then the effects are stronger, right? But you could also get 2 charges, and then your abilities don't cycle the buffs anymore. Only using a buff cycles it. So with that, you're forced to go piety, insight, solace, which could be good because you could save your charges. You could actually just save the charges and then like have piety and insight at the same time on like a 2-minute cooldown or something, you know? So the thing is, you would make an weak aura, and if you were playing disc, what you would do is like you'd apply all your atonements, hit evangelism, and then at that point you'd look at your buffs as they're cycling, and then you decide, okay, do I cast like Mind Blast and then the piety and then the penance and then whatever, right? Or you would run the double charge, and then you would hit piety and insight back to back, Mind Blast, penance again, something like that. Windwalker rework or a prayer's been answered? I don't know, but the class tree's better. It's better. Terribly unfun to manage? It is. It is. You know, it's attracting cycling buffs, not that it involved PI. It was a bit of both. It was a bit of both. How you doing, Parabel? So you pop it and don't even get the proc you want? So you have 2 options. You either take a talent where you alternate the buffs. So you take Piety 1 and then an Insight again, and then like you go back and forth between them. And then you have to track as the buff cycles which one you want to catch, right? Or you get 2 charges, and then the buff cycles only when you activate the ability. So when you activate Piety, then the next buff is always going to be Insight. And then when you activate Insight, it's always going to be Solace, but you have 2 charges. You know? Yeah. So that's the Oracle tree in a nutshell. But the Void Weaver one... Where is it? Oh, I think it's here. Nope. Oh, I was playing it as disc. Alright. So the Void Weaver one, I am very excited to show you guys. And again, it's going to be on YouTube first thing tomorrow. So make sure to sub to the YouTube as well if you have not already. Alright, then you're forced to spend one of the 2 charges to not overcap them. You'd like hold them, use them together for like good timing or something like that, probably. Yeah. Where is it where I mouse over all the shit? Okay. Oracle, very annoying, but no need to worry. Void Weaver is actually very good. Okay, this is better, actually. This is the video I'm going to post tomorrow. When do I talk about Void Weaver? I swear in this video there was a pop-up that showed all the talents. Okay, here we go. Okay. First ability, Entropic Rift. Okay? So this is all, there's no new ability. Okay? It's all tied into what you already have. So Entropic Rift, Mind Blast tears open a rift, and it follows the enemy that you hit it on. So whichever enemy that you hit a Mind Blast on, the rift will follow it. And if the enemy dies, then the rift is going to stay in that position. Okay? The rift does damage, and it does damage to every enemy. And every enemy it does damage to, it does atonement healing off of, which means it does AoE atonement healing. Yeah. Yeah, it does a ton of damage. It does tons and tons of damage. Yeah, that's what I just said. So it's a ground effect that follows the enemy that you hit the Mind Blast on. That's the really important thing. So if the enemy dies, then the rift will stay in that position, and it can grow larger, and we'll talk about that with some of the other talents, but it'll do its thing. So you have options where you can get more movement speed when you deploy a rift, or you can slow more enemies when you deploy a rift. Sorry, I'm just getting fucking like 50 fucking notifications. God damn. One sec. One sec. Okay. All right, let's do it. So you have an option to have your rift slow enemies, or you get movement speed, right? That's one of the talent options. The next one turns your smite into a shadow bolt. Okay? So when the rift is active, then your smite turns into a shadow spell, which is a really big deal because it's also going to be buffed by Shadow Covenant. So you can see on the right side, this is the void smite that you're getting, just shooting fucking lasers at people, and it extends the duration that the rift is active up to 5 seconds. Very, very sick. Very, very sick. Okay, the other one, what was this? Oh yeah, it's like powered shield absorbs more damage. It's kind of whatever. Some of these options, your Shatter Word Death will deal 300% more damage if a target has a shield on them. And there's actually some boss fights on Alpha that have like shield mechanics tied into them. Nah, this has nothing to do with Delps. This is hero talents. These are the dungeons on Alpha. The other one, once you summon a rift, your next shield is going to be 80% stronger. That had like a short duration on Alpha, which is kind of weird. It was a little weird. Next one, Void Blast increases the duration of the rift up to 5 seconds, like we just talked about. This one is really cool. So you have a talent which turns your Shadow Fiend or Mindbender into a Void Wraith, and they'll still like do the AoE out of Inescapable Torment, but then they'll just fire bolts at the enemy and deal more damage if they're higher health. When I tested this, it didn't actually turn into Atonement Healing. It didn't turn into any like Atonement Healing at all. But I'd imagine that's going to change. The other choice node there is, I think it's like your Shadow or Death has a chance to spawn an additional Shadow Fiend. But it didn't proc Shadow Covenant. So, yeah, I reported like all the bugs and stuff that I could. So, I don't think that we're going to get like AoE Atonement Healing or any of that stuff. Yeah, I'll talk about Monk and stuff in a bit. Yeah. Let me see, what are the other ones? Oh yeah, Void Leech, you can siphon health from players if they have more health than you. And then the other one is like you absorb shadow magic damage. And then you heal yourself for the amount. And so there's a lot of like void fights, there's a lot of shadow fights. And so if you take any shadow damage, then you start leeching and absorbing it. By the way, your Atonement Healing with Void Blast is 100% more effective. So your Void Blast is your smite, and so when you deploy a Mind Blast, or when you hit a Mind Blast, you deploy a Rift. Okay? And then your smite becomes Shadow Smite, which is then amplified by Shadow Covenant. And then the Atonement Healing is also amplified further by this Void Infusion talent. And then the next talent over increases all your Atonement Healing by 20% when the Rift is active. So this is a lot of output. It's a really, really crazy amount of output that you get. And so it really like shores up losing the additional Shadow Covenant uptime of the previous patch. Yeah. One sec, guys. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. So while the Rift's active, you get all the Atonement Healing, and again, it just like fills in the gap of like not having all the power from your old tier set. So, oh yeah, you may not have as much Shadow Covenant, but you're gonna have this Rift, which is gonna be pretty regularly increasing and amplifying your Atonement Healing, which would be good. Yeah. Yeah, I think Oracle looks terrible. So there's one final node which I really fucking love. Okay. So watch this Rift. You can see the Rift is following the big ogre dude. Okay, so the target dies and the Rift is still there. It's this little black puddle. Okay, and when the Rift collapses, this is the collapsing void at the very end. See these bolts that are flying out? Based off how many penance bolts you fire, when the Rift dies or the collapses, it ends, then these bolts fire out of the Rift and damage enemies, and they do tons of damage. So you can see him again right here. All these bolts are just going to fly out and pepper the enemy with damage. It's pretty sick. I think I hit a penance here. My penance hits are hitting for 35k each. And then the bolts from the void are also hitting for like 35k each. So you get like an additional penance at the very end. Yeah. It's really good for dungeons. I don't think it's going to be as insane for raids, though.
Uppies for season 4?
Probably not. Probably not. Thank you, Serafita, for the full year. Yeah, Uppies is still on alpha, and it's still pretty bad, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Changes for Pally? It didn't look that great. I mean, Herald of the Sun was cool. But I didn't really see anything else that was like, OMG. I don't know. Wait, they're bringing back Heroic Week? Oh shit. Dude, everybody has all of it. Heroic Week is back. Warbands. Okay. Anything on H-Priest? So we went over Oracle, and they redid Oracle, but it's still pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, so they let us, like, log in to do Warbands and stuff. They let us log in, do, all that. Let's see if I can load up the VOD. I had a few different, like, long-form VODs that I was able to pull up. Where is it? It was right here. Oh, yeah. Let me see if I have multiple characters by the time that I do it. Okay, maybe not. That's okay, though. So, what happens is you have 4 characters that you're able to have, like, in your warband, and then everything else is below it. Everything else is just below it. So you can have everybody kind of just hanging out by the campfire, doing their thing. Yeah, new spell book and everything. Yep, this is alpha. I'd imagine if Heroic Week is back, then yeah, they would I would imagine if Heroic Week is back, then yeah, they would cap out M+. Here's a little bit of the continent and stuff. I'm really glad that they got Heroic Week back. Heroic Week so much better. Jam, thank you so much for the 2 months, by the way. Sorry. Yo. Heroic Week is basically just when the raid comes out, normal heroic difficulties are open, but Mythic is not. And so it's just kind of a way of like spacing things out, that's all. So, Anybody who got the Epic Edition gets beta, not alpha. Yeah. Check this shit out, by the way. The Mythic Plus dungeons for Season 1 include Shadowlands dungeons and Siege of Borealis. Yeah. Yep, good call, Torn. Good call. At Trell. Good thing you quit. Healer nerfs Presley gonna be viable? Yeah. I think the tier set's actually looking like a lot of fun. The Void Fiend talent interact with Shadow Fiend Mindbender cooldown. So regardless of whether or not you took Shadow Fiend or Mindbender, you would always have Void Wraith at a 2-minute cooldown. And I reported that as well, so don't worry. Yeah, I feel like it's a little too soon for Shadowlands dungeons, but what do I know? What do I know? Class tree or spec tree, Squid? Yeah, they need to change the spotter, and I don't know, I'm sick of the weapons too, I'm not gonna lie. We just did those dungeons so much, man. We just did them so much. New Oracle, real bad. You basically take those buffs and you place them on yourself now. You take the buffs, you place them on yourself. And you still have to like either cycle through the abilities, and in doing so you have to like, you're encouraged to use different buffs, but then the buff balance is pretty bad. Yeah, damn, they stuff this thing with chicken. Let's go. No chance Blizzard scraps it again? Maybe not. Who knows? I would be fine if they... I dig it more Death Lemonade, John. Listen, man. I'm frustrated at idiots being idiots today, okay? I want my Death Lemonade. Someone very close to me is getting fucked over at their job, and it's making me upset. You know? So I'm gonna have my Death Lemonade and my double chicken sandwich if I want to. So Void Weaver is gonna be the play for Disc for sure, yeah. For Holy, yeah, well, we're hoping that Archon's gonna be better. Yeah. Attack and give it to me, man. Miss Color clone minigame? What are you talking about? Barry needs to take an X back off. That's true. Yeah, Archon description text is interesting. It is actually pretty interesting. Let me see. I want some Mistweaver footage. Oh yeah, for some reason on Alpha. God, this actually drove me insane. So on Alpha, Mistweaver spinning crane kick is getting interrupted randomly for no reason. Yeah, very fun. Where are you reading this at, Kyle? Any more tuning news? We just nerfed all the healers like last night. You link it? Season 4 nerfs. Think more changes coming soon. I thought there was going to be. Season 4 monk looks dead. I don't think so. Yeah. But little TLDR on basically Master of Harmony. Here's what actually happens with Master of Harmony. You store up healing with Thunder Focus Tea. Actually, oh yeah, it got cut out in the VOD. Trying to remember when I actually moused over everything. Oh, here we go. Maybe? Anyway, your actions basically build up vitality, and then you spend the vitality by using Thunder Focus Tea. That's kind of the most basic version of it. Is like you either use Chi Burst or Chi Wave to give you a bonus, and then you store more vitality, and then you spend it with Thunder Focus Tea. It's pretty lame. It's pretty lame. Yeah, Prez is also getting the Season 4 tier set as a talent next expansion, which is pretty wild. Yeah. I played a little bit of Holy Pally. There's only like 100 or so people that they invited, so it was kind of tough to do dungeons, honestly. It was actually like really tough to do dungeons. Too many streamers on at once? Yep. Finally, Jeremy. Finally, I know, right? Any notable changes with Holy Pally? They like restructured Holy Pally's talent tree a little bit, but a lot of it feels kind of the same. Yeah. A stable? Can you be more specific? It's kind of like Herald of the Sun is what buffs the spenders. Yeah. Like I wasn't DCing constantly, if that's what you mean. I wasn't DCing constantly, but delves seem kind of basic. Yeah. It's like delves seem kind of basic. They listed that there were, you know, NPCs not fully fleshed out in like the cities and towns and everything like that. I don't know. It was about a standard alpha. It's pretty standard. More like a PTR? No, I mean, I've gotten into alphas since like Warlords. And it's like about the same, you know. Couple dungeons out, some questing out, some parts of the world are missing. It's like standard alpha stuff. Yeah. I think the only like different thing is that the timeline, because I remember doing alpha stuff like, I don't know, 10 months before an expansion dropped, and now we're 5 or 6 months. So that's the thing that stands out to me, at least. Okay, this is the Cinderbrew Meadery dungeon, by the way, guys. See what the boss's name is?
Hello Jack, have you posted your opinion on the new revealed priest hero trees anywhere? I know it's alpha but wanna hear your opinion.
I just went over it on stream, and I have a video for it tomorrow. I thought I should post the Delve stuff first. So I have a Delve video on YouTube right now, and then I'll have a priest video tomorrow, and hopefully a monk video after. But yeah, it's in the VOD if you want to go back. It's in the VOD if you want to go back for it, but TLDR is that Void Weaver is really OP and really strong. Oracle still kind of sucks, and it's all personal buffs. Yeah. What are you talking about with nerfed expiation? $11-0? I didn't see that. Zero hype. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yep, yeah, we saw that. I'm more worried about them bringing... I'm more worried about them bringing back Borealis, you know? Sounds good, Cash. Alright, I am not a fan of them bringing back Borealis. Grimbatol will be fun. Grimbatol should be really, really fun, though. Oh, yeah. You know what they also did? They like quadrupled your health pool in the War Within, by the way. We're running around with like 4 million health at like 520 eye level or something like that. Yeah. Talent trees for your talent trees. So true. So yeah, healing definitely slowed down as a result. Wait. How did you get burst healing carnage out of what I just said? What? That's not how that works, Cash. Where's the info? My testing. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Pre? How you been, bro? There's not like a post about it, but I was just like, I was testing alpha, and then our health pools were 4 times larger. Is that your source? Is me? In this dungeon, I alternated between the Conduit of the Celestials and the Voice of Harmony thing. So like we're like 520. I'm not even sure what that's supposed to be. I mean, it was literally a normal mode dungeon. Like we're not in raid gear or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, we go up like 100 eye levels, and then our health explodes upwards. And I could even tell how much longer it was taking to like top people off. Like Shayloon's wasn't pushing up everybody's health pools in an instant, you know? Yeah. Didn't even move that rogue's HP bar? Yep. And again, I was like super irritated on PTR because spinning crane kick just gets interrupted for no reason. Like literally no reason. Ugh. That's the thing is like health pools just need to grow much, much higher for next expansion so that the increased eye level doesn't mean that we're going to like top everybody off in a heartbeat, you know? Yeah, this is the Cinderbrew Meadery. And I think some abilities, like maybe it was like Warlock's abilities, like pulling everything. Like I remember Priest had that in Shadowlands Alpha. Priest had that in like Shadowlands Alpha, for example, like where Mind Games is pulling everything in the room. I do hope that mana matters again. I really hope mana matters. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, they have this whole post here. I actually didn't see all of this. Mind Game's damage buff now lasts for 7 seconds. Ew. I wish I had some spirit gear. Gimme, man. Oh, yeah, they got rid of Light's Hammer. Yeah. And it's Barrier of Faith competing with Holy Prism. That's super weird. Yeah. Alright, Athletic. Telegraphing with some enemy abilities. Let's hope those are the ones that matter. Yeah. The other thing is that these hallways, like there's a lot of hallways in here and they're actually pretty big. These are actually like big hallways, lots of space if you see it. It's pretty good. I like this dungeon a lot. It was actually a lot of fun. Yeah. 20% of all healing converted into damage on a nearby enemy. 10% of all damage to be converted into healing onto an injured ally. Pretty good. There is no spirit. Yeah, there is no spirit. I said I wish there was spirit. Yeah. Yeah, Holy Prism's longer cooldown. Virtue and beacon transfers. I actually like this a lot because you never really see how impactful beacon is, and that's kind of okay. So yeah, damage was like less spiky. We had some spikes for sure in these runs because we just were randomly over pulling. Like I said, I think it was somebody's ability, just mass pulls all the things. But yay, Holy Shock, Light of Dawn, heal for more. Also your Word of Glory, your Eternal Flame stuff also is stronger too. Yeah, I don't really know why they cared about expiation, but maybe it would have been OP or something like that with the Void Weaver build. Who knows? I mean, they could really just like make it so that mana regen is faster in dungeons if they wanted to. I just think in raids you shouldn't be getting away with mashing your healing buttons super hard. Or also just make mana regen faster from drinking, right? That would work too. Yeah, Warrior got some stuff revamped. God, that's a lot. Where was it? Monk had... Yeah, here we go. Did Monk's tree change so much? Oh, where is it? Here we go. So, Crane Style, your Rising Sun Kick, procs a Gust of Mist, which is your mastery. Spinning Crane Kick and Blackout Kick, also kick up a Gust of Mist, which is your mastery. Zen Pulse is passive, and it's based off your Vivify heals. You get the Chi Harmony tier set back, which is pretty cool. Essence Font, Font of Life all removed. Hell yeah. They moved up Healing Elixir, I think again. I think this is twice now that Healing Elixir's been moved up. Life Cycles is gone, thank God. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. Why are there still statues as a capstone? They aren't. Right? Yeah, this is the new one. Yeah. So you have... Oh, also, Monk has insane mobility, by the way. You have a roll that if you're close to an enemy, it will bring you the last, like, 5 or 10 yards to that enemy. You can also have Clash, which, like, you and the target meet in the middle, and then it roots everybody at that point. You can also roll, and then you can double jump, and then it'll dash you for... Oh, excuse me. And it'll dash you forward. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. There you go. It's quite crazy. Yeah, I think fist weaving is going to be like the only thing. It almost seemed like Master of Harmony was kind of a way to bring back fist weaving, but not really. Not especially. Yeah, Monk is just like the fastest guy in the game. It's wild. Void Weaver looks so fucking fun. Yup. Who else is showing off Void Weaver content? I got my video coming out tomorrow for it. I was told it's bad to spam videos on YouTube, so I'm waiting, fortunately. Both trees work for both playstyles? Okay. Site is now updated with the War Within stuff. Woo! Yo, how you doing, Zell? You've been in a minute? Is it good? Oh, it's the best. It's the best. What's the collector's edition got, Serafita? Yeah, Oracle, bad. Think of all the other talents as the same. This buff cycles. It buffs off. It cycles off of abilities that you're casting. So on GCD abilities that you are casting, right? It just cycles between them all. Yeah. It is not good. So hopefully Oracle will be, or Archon will be good for Holy Priests. Hopefully. Yeah, Void Weaver, we Atonement healing. You can make the rift larger by casting penances. You can make it last longer by casting your Shadow Smites, which are now called Void Blast. It's sick. '20th anniversary statue, 500+ page art book, all the in-game things, the Epic Edition, and you have to pay for shipping. God damn. Nada, thank you for that 74 months. Much love, my dude. Oh, yeah, and for the Master of Harmony monks, if you wanted to see it, it's this vitality stuff. This is a shadow healer now? Dude, it's great. It's so good. Got CE yesterday. Hey, congrats, man. I love to see it, man. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Good timing, too. Good timing. Yeah, past couple days we've just been playing lots and lots of alpha. Going over all the things. When I wasn't online, I appreciate you, man. We were busy playing lots of alpha. Got a new video on delves on YouTube right now. I got a new TikTok, which also goes over the delve stuff as well. And we're gonna have a priest video tomorrow, monk the day after. Turn in my Wowhead guides for season 4, for buy lists. Keep in mind, Mind Games does less damage for disc naturally, Amb. Yeah. They specifically nerfed Mind Games for disc in Dragonflight. Void Blast is not instant cast. Nah, Void Blast is the exact same as a Smite, it just looks cooler. And it's Shadow. Yeah. So the functionality of it is the exact same as Smite. But getting buffed by Shadow Covenant, having those Void Blasts do more Atonement healing from the talent option is sick. There's a lot of good stuff with it. I'll show you. Yeah, Atonement healing with Void Blast, which is again the Smite, is 100% more effective, and it's a Shadow ability now, which means it gets buffed by Shadow Covenant. And while your Rift is active, your Atonement healing is increased by 20%. It's pretty sick. So, I messed around with Herald of the Sun against like dummies and everything like that, but not like a crazy thing. Yeah. I was glad to see Eternal Flame come back. But yeah, there just like wasn't a lot of people on to do dungeons with, unfortunately. It was a struggle. I was waiting for like an hour to find somebody who was willing to tank. Wish they would have invited some more people. Hey, how you doing, SF? I've trained for 7 months now. I'm very excited for it. Very, very excited. Foker talent changes are underwhelming. Nah, they didn't really have to like reinvent the wheel there. I don't know. What were you expecting? Yeah, TW definitely feels real now. Range, yeah. Yeah, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. So I was playing around with Herald of the Sun against like dummies and stuff, but I didn't get to do a dungeon with it. It seemed like your spenders felt a lot better, but definitely not. Definitely did not get the experience to like test everything, all the things, you know? Yeah, I mean, delves are like really basic right now. When I tested early access Torghast stuff, the Torghast stuff was weird because it was like super ambitious, super like endless content, endless, you know, grind as much as you can, all of that. And this seems like very different. I also found out after I did the delves. I'll show it to you. After I did the delves, I found out that there's like 11 difficulty levels. And you have to like already be at max level in order to start progressing and all that stuff. Yeah. New word for outdoor content? I mean, it kind of is, yeah. Yeah, so I thought it was going to be 1 through 5 because there's a little like bar that said like your difficulty 2 out of 5. But apparently after some interviews, they said that there's supposed to be 11 difficulty levels and that you're going to get the equivalent of like +5 dungeon gear. So again, if 10 is your max vault, then you're going to get like a 5. I don't know if that 5 is like end of your vault or 5 is like you get it for completing the content, but basically it's going to give you like, I don't know, normal mode / heroic mode raid gear. They said 11 is the max difficulty for delves. And if you're at difficulty level 8 out of 11, that's going to be the max gear reward. And so 9, 10, and 11 are going to be the like super hard stuff. Yeah, delves are going to give vault rewards. So there's going to be raids as a row, and plus as a row, and then world content as a row. The hero tree has choice nodes, and then you can choose between the choice nodes, but you get all the talent options. Yeah. So 8 is the max gear reward. After 8 is just additional difficulty, probably like prestige, achievements, cosmetics, stuff like that. Yeah. Perhaps you get within the delves. Do you keep them outside? No. I wish. I wish I could keep double jump forever. Yeah, this dungeon, I had like a double jump. I was like larger in stature and dealt more damage. There were not like overwhelming things that were coming in with it. It was like, it was all right, but not like super insane abilities. Yeah. Dungeon abilities pop a bit more. Yeah. I don't remember if... Okay, this is another delve. Where was the dungeon that we did? Here we go. Here's the rookery. Yeah, the dungeons are very cool. There's a lot of like charges. Some of the frontals are not well telegraphed. It's like energized barrage was the one right here. Right there. And you can't really see shit. And then it just goes boom. I don't know, but this is one of those things we'll learn, I guess. We'll learn it in time. God damn it. Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, it seems okay, nada, but yeah. There's like those frontals. There's charges. I don't remember if I could dodge that charge or not, or if it locked onto me. Pretty sure I could dodge it. Yeah. And then this boss fight was pretty cool because it has like a chain lightning mechanic. It's like a charge mechanic and then like a chain lightning mechanic that goes into it. So you just like dodge the dash, cast a chain lightning on a player, and you just got to make sure you're not stacked. And I think there's supposed to be some like mass AoE that I saw in the dungeon journal. I think there's something at like mythic level where you need to like jump into the hole to get like booted back up. But then otherwise you just gotta like dodge laser beam. Yeah. Dodge laser beam, kill boss, chillin'. Yeah, I just didn't get every like utility ability bound onto my bars. That was one thing, is like only on my priest on alpha. It didn't happen to any other character. But my priest was the only one that had its abilities wiped off the bar every time. It was really strange. Every time I relogged, it would just wipe my action bars clean. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah, basically. Yeah, and you like jump down by collecting these little like feathers. You like, collect these feathers, then you hit them onto the ground, and then you get to like slam into the ground faster. It's kind of cool. I'm feeling the devs really hurt by the Oracle feedback and they're going to make priest pay. Have you seen the new Oracle version? It's not that great. Yeah, it's not that great. Still are bungling it? Yeah, it's basically buffs you put onto yourself. Yeah, it's personal buffs, and the buffs are not that great, and they still cycle between your abilities. It's a little mess, just a little bit. Yeah, this dungeon kind of gives like almost Oldemon vibes. I wish there was damage meters, because I was pretty curious to see who was like putting up like fat damage. Oh, recount did? I didn't even think there was like actually an option for it. Well, fuck. Max at it? Gotcha. Yeah, I definitely felt like some specs were pounding the pavement super hard. Yeah. This is only a 3-boss dungeon, too. It was like kind of quick. But there was also a lot of walking. It was like a large dungeon with only 3 bosses. It's kind of weird. Just a little bit. Yeah, the dynamic flying was really, really sick. Yeah. They were showing off like Mim's head. They're showing off like Mim's head and everything. have a dynamic flight. Yeah, having Grim Batol is gonna be an experience. Can't wait till that last boss fight. Oh my god. I'm sure they're gonna add more dynamic flying mounts as well. Ugh. Yep. All right, one sec. Let me run to the bathroom quick. Alright, Rums. This is the Rookery dungeon. This is the first dungeon. Leroy Jenkins there. I didn't actually look around too much for little Easter eggs. Sometimes they have them in there. Hitting 80 with multiple characters grants you bonus experience of future characters. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, that's really nuts. Nah, what's that, Malk? I was not playing Devastation, Mel. Sorry. Is Rift for Voidweaver show? Yeah. I am running it right here. I'll show you when it deploys. It'll be right here. Problem is, it's a void field. Here you go. See, it's this dark shadow right here. It's about to move underneath the pool. Right? It's very difficult to see because there's void monsters you're fighting. Yeah. There it is. So you can see it's the nice outline right here. Is Heroic Week taking food off my table for RWF? I would not be there. But I don't think it would shorten the race. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Hearthstone, Malk. Oh, yeah, I haven't played Hearthstone in a minute. Yeah. This is alpha. Yeah. This is the Alpha Dungeon, the Rookery, and I'm playing with the Voidweaver disc talent setup. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the arachnophobia stuff works. They made an arachnophobia mode where all the spiders become crabs. Yeah. Honestly, I love it, Zastin. I love it, man. Heroic Week was the best. Is Boon of the Ascended? No, it's not. It's Void Blast. All good, Zauk. Common mistake. You see, Boon of the Ascended is a projectile, and Void Blast is not a projectile. Void Blast is it's just a pew, pew. Right? That's all it is. It's very sick. And again, it just feels like Smite, but it just looks, you know, shadowy. So, you get the entire hero talent tree, but there's just like choice nodes. There's like 2 or 3 choice nodes per talent tree. So you have to choose between A or B, you know. But a lot of times they're like situational. Like one of them for disc, for the Voidweaver one, is like, if you hit Shadower Death on a target that has a shield, your Shadower Death deals 300% more damage, right? It's like, oh, well, if there's something that has a shield, like actually this boss fight does, then yeah, you can actually see he has a little shield bar there, right? He gains it right here. You're scared of both spiders and crabs? Honestly, I don't even know what they're going to do at that point. Whew. Just based? Yep. Wait, based on what? Void Disc Priest is only for Disc and Shadow Oreo. It's not for Holy Priest. Sorry. Yeah, this is looking real good. It's looking real good. I know, Oreo. I know. See. Yeah, the portal, it does, not only does the portal do a lot of damage. Well, okay, so basically the portal is like an AoE damage ability. That's kind of the gist of it. Let me see. Like, it deals a bit less damage than Smite does. If I remember correctly. But it does AoE Atonement healing. It is not Kyrian Disc Priest. It is, I don't know where people are getting Kyrian Disc Priest from, but it's very much not that. The animation for the Void Blast looks like the animation for Boon of the Ascended, but it's not a projectile. Seems similar, replace the Smite. That's about as far as I would take the comparison. Honestly, that's about as far as I would take that comparison. Bring back Braun? Dude, Braun is back. You do delves with him. Yeah. Here's me and Braun doing delves. This is the real one, Bib. God, it's so easy to mess with you, Oreo. Related to alpha, do you know what the key level rot? I don't know actually what that's gonna be. I would have to imagine it's gonna be like 15 eye levels or something, or 15 levels of key that you're gonna drop. I think it's gonna be a lot. Yeah. One Samdi, yeah, that was good. That was good. Yeah, this is there were only 3 delves, but apparently there's supposed to be more. And oh yeah, check it out. All right, you wanna see the damage? You wanna see the damage here, Oreo? So I have some dots going up.
How are you feeling, ABT Void Weaver? It looks so cool.
It is a real cool. Thank you for the 11 months, ammo. I'll have a video up on YouTube tomorrow. I have a Delves video on YouTube up right now, which goes over how the Delve system works and stuff. I messed around with Farseer a little bit, but again, it was just tough to get people to do dungeons. There was only... There was a very small pool of players, and not everybody wanted to test every single healer, unfortunately. So, alright, so here's my Rift. Rift deploys, and then the Rift follows whoever you hit a Mind Blast on. And if that target dies, then the Rift just stays, you know, where that target died at. You can make the Rift last longer with Smite, which becomes Void Blast. And you can make it larger with Penance. And the more Penance bolts that you put into it, the more bursts of damage that the Rift will do when it ends. Okay? So I just deployed the Rift, okay? I have Atonement on myself, and my health just does not move, okay? So again, if you look at the bottom left, it's covered right now, but I'm gonna rewind it. Place your eyes right below the fake me's camera, okay? Check this shit out. Okay? Look at the Atonement procs. Boom, boom, boom. Every pulse of the field does Atonement healing. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think there was what is this? 317 in the VOD. I think I had an area where I rounded up some mobs and let them like beat on me, giggity, for a while, and then I just like full healed myself with it. Let me see. So we're gonna do the dungeon. Aha! Here it is. Found it. All right. Watch these dudes beat on me. Okay. Here it comes. Pulse. 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 Look at that AoE Atonement. There's no way it goes live like that. Hi, no Bizzle. Yeah, AoE damage is gonna be fun. Void Blast is a cast. Void Blast operates in the exact same way that Smite does. It just changes the animation and, you know, the appearance. So, during cast per minute of Smite for Fiend Refund, basically. So, Void Weaver does a really good job of, like, filling in the gaps of low Shadow Covenant uptime. Since you're not going to have the Shadow Covenant uptime with the old tier set, then now your Mind Blast is going to just offer like better output for your ramps. Yeah. So it's like, and also it's going to make your ramps feel stronger too. Because while Mind Blast is up, or while your Rift is up, you're doing 20% more Atonement healing across the board, and your Smites are doing 100% more on their own because they're Void Blast, and they're also doing more because their Shadow is Shadow Covenant up. So... I'm less playing Schism's cringe. It's not. No, it's great. Now Mind Blast applies Schism, and it's also going to apply the Rift. Yeah. Has Holyfield? About the same. The talent tree is the exact same as what we just had at a 10-2-6. The Oracle tree feels terrible. Oracle tree's lame. Doesn't feel terrible. It's just lame, you know? Mind Blast feels like it does nothing, losing expiation. That's fine, though, because it procs other things, right? Type, thank you for the 8 months, my dude. Yeah, we still don't have an Archon left. Or we don't have any Archon stuff. This goes live, then like this, and this might be the way to go. Yeah, but like, keep in mind that a lot of stuff is going to change. Like, a lot. So. It only shows the images of the talents, can't see what they do. Oh, yeah, I mean, that was basically just what we saw in Alpha. Like, they're placeholder icons for the abilities. And honestly, even the ones that we have here are also likely placeholders. Actually, not these ones. Maybe that. Maybe these. A couple of these certainly are. Yeah. Voidweaver I liked a lot. Oracle I did not like. Yeah. The tier list for the Queen on Surek encounter. All right, I'll give it just for you. Check your DMs. Some of the update some of the visuals. They do that periodically. Won't share with anyone? Thanks, buddy. Good afternoon, Sarg. Does it make a cool sound when you use Spooky Smite? It's like a kind of thing. Yeah. It's not that insane. It's not that insane. But again, it's just early. To somebody asking a question about beta, I don't know when it's going to release. I don't know. They said they were going to start rolling out alpha like tomorrow, I think. And then usually it's like a month or so of alpha, and then they start rolling out beta. How big's the rift get? Like this big? Can other people see the rift? That I don't know. That's a good question. Here, I'll find the rift for you. I'll find the rift for you, bestie. I will try to make sure we find the best looking rift. All right, there you go, Stinkies. Powered Radiance, Squiddy, Mind Blast. Oh wait, I still have. Yeah. Hold up. I was still playing Oracle at this time, and then I switched right here. All right, Stinkies. It's tough to see because of this dungeon. I might see if I can find the meadery. But here comes the Mind Blast. Then the Rift is like, God, it's all shadowy dudes. All right, hang on. Delve's recording. This is me talking. Aha! There we go. All right. And Mind Blast. So here, see, there's the shadow. It's right at my feet. And then you can kind of see it slowly growing. But yeah, it's see how big it is? Just see the shadow of it right around here. And then you can see it kind of go poof. So this was not a perfectly max-sized one, but I'll see if I can freeze frame on the exact moment it goes poof. There you go. That's about as close as I get. But yeah, like the thing is, it follows the target that you hit a Mind Blast on. So you, like, once you've placed it, you can't control it. You know, you just, the responsibility is on you to cast Mind Blast into a target that is going to be the primary target, easily movable, you know, whatever, right? Am I going to buy a $150 ring? What? Alliance and Horde signets and a mouse mat. I am certainly not buying these rings. What is this? This guy's dead. What? That actually, okay, that looks like a good desk mat. These do not look that good. For $150? Also, I'm not really big on jewelry. Yeah. I don't know. Men's jewelry, eh. Yeah. Meh. That low haste gameplay. So that's the thing. Is like, yes, it's low haste gameplay, but it's also not the end of the world because you have other things that make you feel good. Hate watching stream? What? Most jewelry looks bad at $150. Most of it, yeah. I don't know. It depends on where you get. Are we happy or dooming? Oh, I'm mostly happy. I figured hate watching would be like watching somebody else to hate on it, you know? But no, I'm mostly happy. Like, I'm very happy with the Void Weaver. I know they're gonna nerf it, but the like general concept of like make your Mind Blast setup better is good. Yeah, hate watching is like watching somebody else that you hate and don't like, right? So, no, I don't play Shadow. That's a silly spec. Tis a silly spec. Yeah, so basically, you got to think about it this way, Samp, is we're losing the Season 4 tier set, or the Season 3 tier set. Like, it's gone. Nothing you can do about it, right? But Mind Blast is proccing a Rift that increases all of your Atonement healing by 20%, and your Smite becomes Shadow, which means it gets buffed by Shadow Covenant, and that Smite, now called Void Blast, is then going to be increasing its Atonement output by 100%. So if it hits for 20k, and let's say it gets buffed by fucking 25%. Okay, well, let me make it simple numbers. Let's say it hits for 10k, and then it hits for 25% more because Shadow Covenant, right? Then it's gonna hit for 12,500, and then it's also going to be doing 20% more Atonement healing from one buff, and then 100% more Atonement healing from another buff, and that all in total is a big number. So, yeah. TLDR, your Shadow Covenant windows are going to feel stronger, but less frequent. And you're not going to have, like, a famine the way that we kind of have the famine now, where if you don't have Shadow Covenant uptime, things start falling apart. I am not sure about any of that math, but I think my point stands. This is like the equivalent of a Grey Jedi, so I'm glad the play loop is more around the Void Mind Blast stuff. I guess you could kind of see that. I mean, Grey Jedi is kind of a spectrum. It's like the spectrum from, like, Qui-Gon to, like, the ends justify the means of, what do you call it? Late versions of Asajj Ventress, you know? It's a spectrum, but yeah. I take your meaning of, like, using the dark powers for good to heal your allies and everything. If you have a rift out and you are hitting this button, doesn't have to hit the target in the rift or whatever. I've had times where the target of my rift died and the tank moves them out of the rift and I'm still blasting away with Void Blast. Yeah. I imagine RP-wise some discs might feel that way. I don't know, I'm not a moon guard. Yeah. I feel you. So yeah, I would say I'm very positive about Void Weaver. I think Oracle stinks. Worst case scenario, we're stuck with Void Weaver, but as long as we have one hero talent that's good and fun, then I don't really care, you know? I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? I'm like, as long as there's one. The third is called Archon, but there is no abilities available yet. They have a tree, but nothing in the tree. Your non-atonement ramps in the middle of your ramp. Oh, you mean with Oracle and stuff, Crystal? Yeah, it's fair to like an option, but I'm thinking like worst case. Your non-atonement ramps in the middle of your ramp is Void Weaver? Wait, what do you mean? Like you apply all your atonements. Bender, Fiend, whatever. Non-atonement applications in the middle of a ramp. Yeah, I'm confused by that. I don't know, maybe like worst case you cast Mind Blast earlier? And then you extend its duration some more or something like that? I guess, but like the explosion damage was like the same as like Penance Bolts. Actually, it was less because it was hitting for like non-buffed Penance Bolt damage. And I think in total it lasted only like 10 seconds or something like that. So, The other thing is like in order to get the max duration, you also have to be casting the smites. So, in an Atonement window, you'd have to weave a ramp in during the Mind Blast window. Yeah. But then you're also competing against the additional Atonement output that you're getting while the Rift is active and like the extra Void Blast damage, and you'd have to hit like 5 Void Blasts during the duration to max it out. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm too concerned about that. Play all heals. Wide switches to a slower, more powerful ramp requirement. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it'll be great in dungeons. I think it will be great in dungeons. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too worried about the whole like time the Mind Blast in funky ways. Maybe it'll happen. But then you also, I guess you'd lose like an inescapable torment proc in the process to then try to justify it. I don't know. I messed around with trying to like proc the Oracle like setup where I was using the double talent, the double charge talent, and so I was hitting like Piety and Insight together and getting like back-to-back shadow or back-to-back penances. So I reported it on Alpha Sirius. Depth of Shadows, where you hit your Shadow Word Death and it procs the Shadow Fiend, does not proc Shadow Covenant, but it does proc Inescapable Torment. The Void Wraith's Void Flay does not do atonement healing. I reported that too. The Void Wraith is always a 2-minute cooldown regardless of whether you're hitting Shadow Fiend or Mindbender or talenting into them. So I reported that. Reported like 4 or 5 other things. Yeah. I mean, they quadrupled our health. We're at like 520 eye level or something like that in these normal alpha dungeons, and our health pool is like 4 times what we have right now. So I think it's a lack of healers, honestly. Yeah. Having it proccing Shadow Covenant would be insane. I mean, it's a 5-second Shadow, or it's a 5-second Shadow Fiend. It's not a full-length one. So. No Oracle's Dog, but I'm curious to see if it's more interesting for a healer to share a hero tree with a DPS than it is to share with a tank or other healer. Maybe. Yeah. Thing is, when damage is like hyper bursty, you have to, like, reactive healing doesn't really exist anymore. You can't just like start healing when the damage happens. You have to be like pre-healing and pushing health pools up before they happen, right? Like, I feel like when I'm progression rating, my health pools aren't bringing people back from the dead or back from a dangerous position. They're preventing people from like dipping below 80% life, because if they dip below 80, they might just get killed by a regular mechanic, you know? If you actually go into Warcraft logs and look at like mythic logs, and then go to resources, go to health, and then you look at player health, it dips for a second and it spikes right back up. Dips for a sec, spikes right back up. And then, you know, the vast majority of the time, everybody's sitting topped off. And that's just pretty dumb and boring. Yeah, and then it's like, if people... Survivability feels very dependent. Like, it's obviously a spectrum, right? But it feels like the spectrum is more towards people using their defensives well, preemptive use of their defensives, more so than the healer responsibility. Yeah. So I would love it if... I would absolutely love it if they trim down and prune down defensives. Like, trim player defensives, vastly increase player health. Make every healer do like 40 or 50% more healing in a dungeon environment, like Disc does. And then slow down healing like crazy in a raid, so that you are struggling to push up health pools and you're constantly healing, and you have to choose between the expensive ability that's going to pump a lot of output or the efficient ability that will slowly top everybody, you know? Oh, somebody's using a raid cooldown and the raid cooldown's strong, so I'm not going to spam all my expensive abilities, otherwise I you know, like making mana matter, having to think through your decisions, remove Innervate, remove Source, remove all this extra crud. Lots of that stuff. Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts on how to make healing better. That'll probably be another video for another time. Oh yeah, so this is actually a really cool bit. So this boss, IPA, which is in the meadery. I don't know why you'd have an IPA in a meadery. But he spawns these little goos, and they try to rush the boss, and if they reach the boss, they give him an absorb. You can take your Void Rift and hit it on one of these oozes, and then you slow it by like 80%. Look at how slow it's moving. And of course, it dies quickly, but the point being, if you can put your Rift in opportune areas, you can have an insane slow whenever you want. It's crazy. And yeah, I could also have talented into the shield eating ability if the boss had consumed it. Probably would be pretty good week 1. Because if the boss consumes it, then he gets a shield, and then my Shadow Word Death's dealing like 300% more damage. Yes, you have the option. You can take the Rift talent, which slows by 80% if they're in the dead center. And then if they're outside of it, it's a little bit less. Or while the Rift's active, you can get 20% more movement speed. So if it's a Sanguine week, you just don't take the slow talent, right? And then you take the movement speed, and vice versa. In Spiteful week, you do take it. Yeah. And again, it keeps on following the target that you hit the Mind Blast in. So it's pretty good. So you might want to Mind Blast an elite target, and then the tank will kite the little shits around it, but the elite target will still move with it. You know what I mean? And then you kind of help your tank kite if you need kite. Oh yeah, also there's like a crazy amount of bees in this dungeon. There's just bees everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's a metery after all. Yup. I wish they had like a Skyrim reference though of like fighting rats in the metery. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's I don't know. I guess minor spoiler. This is a meadery that's in the new continent, but it's run by goblins. I don't know. That didn't make sense to me, but I didn't read all the stuff. All right, Wowhead wants to pull me in to chat it up. Soon TM. Let's see. We're burning a beehive. Yeah, that's too. That's too. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. Also, I've seen some people who are kind of like downer over this stuff already, and I want to emphasize that, like, I don't know, what came after WoD? Was it Legion? Mop, WoD, Legion. Yeah. So WoD, Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, and now, oh, sorry, Dragonflight as well, and then this is like the 6th alpha I've been in, and I don't know, shocker, like alphas don't have like insane amounts of content, you know? It's like very par for the course. This is a new dungeon, yep, and yeah, it's all indoors, and it's got lots of hallways, but they're actually pretty big hallways. Like Toldagor could absolutely never. Yeah. That was one thing we... Oh, yeah, that's right. That's what I said. Yeah. Yeah, very good for camera angles. Toldagor could never. Yep. Yeah, Kalani was very nice. Very nice person. The Archon tree? Yes. I mean, I saw it, but it's basically the exact same thing that Wowhead has up. There was like the sampler text or whatever, but there's not actually anything there. The Siphene button is right there. You see right here? The Void Wraith. Your Shadow Fiend or Mindbender becomes a Void Wraith. And so Shadow Fiend's 3 minutes, Mindbender's 1 minute. Regardless of which one you're talented into, it becomes a 2 minute. I already reported that on beta or alpha. So we'll see what happens. But basically, it hits harder, and it does a lot of damage, and it does even more damage if they're higher health. So, I think there's some outdoor dungeons. I know there's like a boat that is one of the dungeons, too. Yeah. At the moment, it doesn't, Samson. It does not convert to Atonement, but again, I reported that because it should. There were definitely some bugs. There were, you know, and again, par for the course for alpha. So I reported all the things, gave what feedback I could in game. I have a video coming out tomorrow for it. So yeah, all the things. Mounted combat? Oh yeah. That's a good question then. That's a good question. Yeah, I am very stoked for some content input regarding balancing. I mean, they don't ask me for anything. No. There's like the general, hey, yeah, we're always listening to feedback, you know. But no, I'm not on the phone like, hey Jack, what do you think about this? You know. I've had devs tell me in person that they watch my videos and stuff, but Nah, they're weird about back channeling. I know that some of them back channel, but I think it's like frowned upon. I think it's pretty frowned upon, and so I'd imagine they definitely don't want to like do it with too many streamers so that things don't get leaked, you know? But yeah. Basically, they told me they watch my videos, so I just crank out videos for feedback, you know? That's about all I got. But okay, actually, one thing I can say is with the early access, they gave us a Q&A, and somebody in the Q&A, I didn't find out who it was, but they asked a question of like, oh, do you think you'd ever, you know, bring more supports into the game? I really liked Oracle Priest. And then the dev was like, we got feedback that you guys didn't want that. and I was in the chat, I was like, you're goddamn right, we didn't want that. Oh my god. Oh, that was great. Jeff, thank you for the 17 months, dude. Why don't I like Oracle? The new version of Oracle is stinky, because you either have to bounce between, like you either have to juggle your buffs and hit the right buff at the perfect time while you're doing all your other stuff. You have to do that, or you play with double charges and then you have to like hit the buffs back to back and do all this extra buff management crap, and then also have to use like your bad buffs, the ones that increase single target healing, at like other odd times. So I just don't like that. I don't like the management aspect of it. I don't like the cycling of buffs. I don't know what cycling buffs has to do with looking into the future to solve your problems. Yeah, it was Divine Star. Divine Star has always been a 24-yard range, but there's just been a lot of like hallways and crud in the way. Yeah. Oligor could never. Oh, my bars are sparse because my bars kept getting wiped on alpha. And so I just didn't put all my utility there. Yeah. They didn't prune, I just didn't put everything on my bars. Yeah. Yeah, every single time I logged out, my shit just got deleted, annihilated. And I was like, alright. Catalyst charge to be reset? Probably, yeah. Probably. You need to spend them? Yeah, spend them now so that you're able to complete any mogs that you need. Keep that in mind, because you can complete any Season 3 mogs you want by using the Catalyst. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Oracle's just as you need to plan ahead. I don't know. Yeah, here's me putting Holy Nova on my bars because I just didn't have it there. They're taking feedback for NPC names like the Smith, Ned, Big B for Cinder Brew. True, that'd be a good one. That would be a really good one. Damn, dude. Do the dash on the horn? Oh, no, I got him on speed dial. Yeah. There's the glyph where you can have a light elemental. Yeah. Now you're dealing with the BEO himself. Okay, I wonder what the ratios are gonna be for the Earthen. Yeah, there's brand ambassadors, and they do an AoE where they give out free swag, and it makes you take more damage from the ability over and over again. Yeah, let me see. What are the Earthen ratios? First ever non-evoker empowered spell. Ooh. You empower the ability to do damage, heal allies, or deal damage again. It's kind of cool. Prez, I don't know. I would put rework in like air quotes. It was kind of like a Holy Priest rework. Oh yeah, watch this rift, guys. Watch the rift that I deploy here. It's happening in a sec. This is actually really cool. Look at how... This is probably the clearest image you're going to see of the rift. And then watch it follow. It's just following the tank and or the boss, and it moves really fast, too. Like, you literally will not be able to escape that in PvP. Yeah. Got some good mileage out of the Rashok stuff, too. So... there was like... Okay, so did you see the 10-2-6 Holy Priest stuff, Thune? It was kind of like that, where they kind of shuffled things around. Preservation is able to take the Instant Living Flame tier set as a talent. They kind of just shuffle talent trees around. So, like, when people think rework, I think it's more accurate to call, like, Holy Pally Season 2 a rework and not Holy Priest 10-2-6 a rework, you know? It's like, okay, they did a little bit of optimizing, right? Like, Mistweaver got a bit of optimizing. Preservation got some optimizing, but they didn't really rework how the abilities worked, you know? Does an Oracle play like Astrologian? I would disagree. Astrologian, for one, you get to draw the card whenever you want, and then you get to shuffle and redraw the card whenever you want. And you have a lot of like breathing room because of the charge system with Astro to deploy the cards whenever you want, to the point that you're like storing up the cards and then playing the card, divination, and then everybody goes crazy, you know? I think that might have been some inspiration, but it's quite different. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me pull it up. You are always well fed, but cannot consume food. Activate ingest minerals to consume a gem and change the benefit granted to you by well fed. Huh. So how do you drink? How do you drink water? I guess you can drink water, but you can't eat food. Huh. So it shuffles based off your ability cast runs. So if it's A, and then you cast Smite, then it turns into B after Smite completes. Increase finesse by 0%. Finesse increase the chance of gathering additional minerals. Base armor from equipped items is increased. When you gain experience for exploring a location, gain X% additional experience. Yeah, kind of cool. Sounds egregious. It's annoying. So you apply all your atonements, hit evangelism, and then at that moment in time, you have to find the piety buff in between, you know, your mind blast, your penance, whatever. Or even before that, you have to find it, activate it at that time, and then continue on doing your stuff. And you have a talent option where you either get 2 charges, but the abilities don't shuffle, which means you have to go through all the abilities and take the bad ability buffs at certain times. Or you have to alternate abilities because you get a buff for alternating the abilities. Just annoying. Yeah. So, yeah, it's some weird stuff. The Holy Pally, like, I don't know, rework stuff was also pretty light fare. Again, it kind of just like reshuffled the tree. Prism competes with Barrier of Faith. Reclamation is now off to the side instead of it being like an initial talent you have to take in order to get tiers and everything like that. There's still, for some reason, some Light of the Martyr stuff in there. You know, your Holy Shock hits a little harder, but not that much. It's just like, eh. I think they gotta do, like, pruning with Paladin's Tree. Just too much stuff. Yep. And Herald of the Sun's kind of nice. I really like Eternal Flame. I think Eternal Flame's gonna be super fun. I prefer these kind of talents. I mostly do, but I actually think that the talents do not need to be so large. Like, they could actually, I think it's actually a good thing if they trim the trees. Because when you had the mop stuff, it was like, okay, you know, you just kind of default into these best talents anyway, and then you just need these talents to function, you go about your business. With the new talents, I don't know why anybody should care about Judgment dealing more damage or absorbing more damage or whatever. You actually feel bad for not being able to take these things rather than good for taking those things, you know? Because you either take more damage or you take some utility. And you feel bad for taking the utility because you lose damage. It's just kind of goofy. Just trim the tree. Just trim the tree and make it a choice between different utilities, you know? Not sure, Bates. Yeah, I think the, like, pruning is good, actually. Is kind of a thing. But otherwise, we're going to go into this cycle where, like, people want more abilities, more stuff, more stuff, more stuff. And then it gets too much and people are tired of it and they want, and then there's bloat and then it goes down, 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 you know? So it's a tough area to be at. So, you change your hero talents just like regular talents. So if you're in a Mythic Plus dungeon, you can't change your hero talent mid-dungeon. But if you're outside of the dungeon, about to start the dungeon, change at will. It works exactly like the regular talents. Sorry, I'm annoying Tuttles real quick.
The only real change they did to Oracle
Jack.
was they replaced the thing everybody hated with the single strongest healing button that they ever added to the game.
All right,
What's up?
what's up? So we got a lot of priest action. I'm joined by Jack and Ellipses. We have Oracle Priest, which is Disc and Holy, and then Void Weaver, which is Disc and Shadow.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to start with? You want to start with Void Weaver or Oracle? Oracle's, dude, so contentious. Oh my god.
We can start with Oracle. Let
Oracle.
Ellipses cool down a little bit before we get into the Void Weaver talk.
I'll take a little bit of backseat on this one. I have some thoughts, but again, I'm not a healer priest really, so I'm gonna leave that.
I think the thoughts are still valid even for
Oh,
people
yeah.
who are... Yeah.
Yeah. Of
Alright,
course.
so where do you want to start, Tuttles?
I guess let's just start. So basically, what Oracle was initially was it was based around buffing up players, right? It was based around like power infusion and like damage. I don't even know, sharing damage, right? But they stated that they were going to rework it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what they decided on is they wanted to have power infusion get replaced by these more frequent buffs that could do different things. But they've since scrapped that, and now it's going to be about personal buffs.
Yeah.
Is this better? Okay, so they've hit a couple healers with some weird stuff. So
Right.
H-Pal, whenever we were looking at it earlier, got Blessing of Summers changed to be more like Nature's Vigil and stuff like that. I think Mistweaver has some weird damage stuff. What's the issue with? Okay, so basically Premonition is now, I don't know,
Yeah,
Increases your
I
healing done by
gotcha.
5% and does overhealing.
Yeah,
Explain
so
it.
you have 3 different buffs that you get. You have Piety, which is like a weak form of Velen's, where you get a healing increase and overhealing protection. You have Insight, which you activate, and again, for all of these, they're all off the GCD, so you can activate it and then go forth and do your thing. Insight, you activate it, and then the next 3 spellcasts have 5 seconds taken off of their cooldowns. And then you have Solace, which empowers your next single target ability. And then when you hit that single target heal on somebody, then that target receives 25% more healing.
So it cycles. Okay, I guess that.
And it cycles in 2 ways. So if you are going to the bottom right of the tree, there's Narrowed Visions and Fate Bender. If you take Fate Bender, then when you cast an on GCD ability, like a Smite or a Penance or something, every on GCD ability you cast will then cycle through the different abilities. You start with Piety, then go Insight, then go Solace. And so if you wanted to buff yourself during a ramp as a Disc Priest, you would have to hit a point where you sort of check yourself as you're applying atonements to everybody, catch the correct buff, activate it at that time, and then continue on with your regular rotation.
How many charges is this?
So that's what I'm getting to. So if you take Fate Bender, it cycles in that way, but you're encouraged to alternate between the different buffs. So one time you want to have Insight, one time you want to have Piety, etc. And then you get a 30% buff. If you talent into Narrowed Visions, then you get 2 charges of the ability, and then it only cycles, it only goes from Piety to Insight after you activate Premonition. So once you activate Piety, for example, then the next buff you get is always going to be Insight, and you can't move it to Solace unless you use Insight.
So gut reaction, which one's better? Is this just
maybe the double charge, because then you could use 2 at once. As like Disc, you could just take Piety and Insight at the same time, and then have a healing increase, and then get like back-to-back penances or something like that.
I kind of thought the opposite.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of like big Disc ramping because you're not having as much Shadow Covenant uptime as you had to.
Yeah, I'm more concerned of just like, is Piety not just far and away the best of the 3? And having 33% uptime on Piety as my premonition, as opposed to 100% uptime and effectively ignoring the talent completely.
You could, yeah. I mean, you get 10 seconds of uptime, so it would be 1 out of 6, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you had 10
if I played Narrowed Visions, I would get 1 more charge, but I would get a third of the Piety uptime because each of my one cast would be Piety, then my next would be Insight, then my next would be Solace. If I just want Piety, because reading these, it feels the most applicable one to what Disc Priest does.
Sure.
Honestly.
The thing is, they're going to have like other balance changes going into it. Like, this isn't going to be the final form that we're worried about. So
I'm just mildly concerned at the fact that looking at them, only really one of them provides me like a serious amount of throughput. Like Solace is pretty good for like the like angel effect, but it's not Velen's. Is all I'm really saying.
It's not Velen's.
Yeah, it's definitely very poorly balanced at the moment. And I'm anticipating they're going to make it worth your while to actually alternate between the spells or not. The problem is the benefits aren't so strong that they're also worth alternating your gameplay for, and use like literally just sitting there with a weak aura or a whole blown up action bar with staring at the ability while you're doing everything else to have either a really large benefit for using the right ability at the right time, or a really minor ability because you messed it up. And it's a 1 minute cooldown, so much of your gameplay is getting focused into this for, it's a lot of extra cognitive load for not much extra benefit.
How good's Grand Reveal? This thing looks, for Disc, it looks terrible. It sounds like it's a bit better for Holy.
Oh, yeah. It's not that good for Disc. It's much better for Holy. But they even said in the original interview that they would independently tune that to make sure that it was equal.
Yeah.
So,
they did also say there was a potential that the preventative measures, prayer of mendings, and the assured safety powered shields would also count towards Grand Reveal as well.
Yeah. So they even said in the interview they didn't want Disc Priest to feel forced into taking prayer of mending. They didn't want to have like Holy feel forced into casting lots of shields and vice versa and stuff. So
yeah, makes sense.
I assume that is still true.
Off.
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we feeling about Oracle How are we feeling about it whenever it was announced, and how are we feeling about it now? I guess what are we thinking at this point?
Bad and bad.
Okay, bad. Is it okay? Is it worse? Is it better? Or is it just bad in a different way?
It's just, I don't know, it's just bad in a different way, I would say.
All right, that's kind of what what I was thinking. That's unfortunate.
Even if they balance it properly so that it's worth your while to alternate between abilities or play with the charge system, and then, you know, try to like stack 2 good ones together and then have 1 bad one in between or something like that, it's still more cooldown management, buff tracking in order to play either Holy or Disc. That is just not that fun to mess around. You know, it's none of these hero talents are going to be so super strong that they should dominate your gameplay like this.
Interesting. All right, let's talk about
thank you for the 9 months.
Void Weaver.
Void Weaver.
Yeah, okay, that's the name of it. Yeah, Void Weaver. How are we feeling about this? Because this one's also new, right? But you got both of your.
This just came out, yeah.
Okay,
brand new,
perfect.
Overall, I guess as a mainly Shadow player, I'm really happy with the thematic direction this has gone. About like, oh, is the Void really going to make much sense for the other priest specs? And it feels like what they've lent on is the aesthetic of the Void that we were introduced to with the Sarkareth fight. It's much more cosmic horror, kind of the vast unknown compared to tentacle monsters. It's at least a little bit less sort of Lovecraftian Voidy, so it does kind of pull that way nicely, at least. The actual concept of the Entropic Rift is pretty cool. I think Disc gets a better value out of it in terms of like what ability they use to proc it, because Shadow has to proc it with Void Torrent, which means it's a 45 or 30 second cooldown.
Oh, it's not Mind Blast for both? Oh my god, it's
no,
Void
it's
for Shadow.
It's Void Torrent for Shadow and Mind Blast for Disc. Disc's Mind Blast is a 15 second hasted CD, right?
20, I think. It's like 20, 25
okay.
or something like that. Actually, I could just...
Alright, and then whereas Shadow is 45 or 30 if you talent into it. I really like what they've done with this because it feels like a lot of non-intrusive thematic window dressing. It's not overly complicated. It's not going to change your rotation in any sort of grand way. Obviously, you'll be able to pretty much effectively map out the every Entropic Rift perfectly because you get extra Devouring Plagues when you enter the Rift. 3 seconds of it is already the Void Torrent. You want to make sure you're casting Void Blast within it as much as possible. It all kind of maps out pretty neatly.
25.
So I'm pretty happy with this like as a whole package. The only concern I have with the tree in general is the defensive side of things are a little bit lacking. Void Leech is very concerning to read.
I'm excited about that.
Dude, that's so troll.
Can't wait to kill our boomkins by standing a little too close to them or something.
The thing I don't get about this is Shadow was already incredible at self-healing. That was like the thing the spec did.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I should be taking health from the specs that are worse at self-healing for myself when I can already do it pretty well anyway. What I need is
Embrace of the
mitigate.
Shadow. You can take Embrace of Shadow instead. It's not good.
3% magic DR, which is pretty solid, but it's also kind of bland and boring. Like,
yeah.
As opposed compared to like a lot of the like active mitigation stuff we've seen on like other specs, like I think the main one is Chrono Warden is just incredibly defensive.
That Chrono Warden's broken. Like it's not a kid.
That's fair. Yeah, but Void Leech is a concern for me. I think Embrace the Shadow could either be really good or very weird and kind of bad. I expect it to be very good in raids because I expect we're going to be taking a lot of shadow damage in the Void themed expansion.
But even just having 3% magic DR, I think is great.
Yeah, I mean, we already have that. We already
have that with spell warding, so like it's just another little bit to add in the equation.
6% magic DR is a pretty hefty amount in a raid.
I'm not really.
I mean, in Mythic Plus too, it's like almost all the damage that's ever going to kill you is magic damage, right?
Exactly.
So, like,
I'm not expecting the hero talent tree for Priest to give us good defensives. Defensive power creep. Yeah, defensive power creep is already way off the charts across the board.
Yeah, defensive power creep is a mage thing.
Yeah, seriously.
I think defensive creep in this game is so bad right now.
Yeah, it's 25 seconds on Mind Blast. And that activates our Rift. And then the Rift. Void Blast is Shadow. Smite becomes Void Blast. So you can just spam that as much as you want to deploy the Rift and make it last longer.
Wait, is it? I thought no.
Yes.
Oh, it is smite. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so how is this going to feel to play for disc, Jack?
Oh, it's dope. So we
Oh,
lose.
is this sick? Okay.
So our current tier set today, right now, gives us more Shadow Covenant uptime, which is your pet. So you have your pet out, you have Shadow Covenant up, which makes your Shadow abilities deal more damage, all that fun stuff. So we're not going to have as much Shadow Covenant uptime next expansion when we lose that. But with this, our Mind Blast on a 25-second cooldown deploys the Rift, our Smite makes it last longer, and then our Penance makes it bigger and makes it larger for the collapsing void at the end. And so what you end up getting is when you pair this with Shadow Covenant, when you turn your Smite into a Shadow ability, it gets amplified by Shadow Covenant. And then it's also doing more Atonement healing through the Void Infusion talent, which is right down the middle.
Yeah.
And it increases all your Atonement healing while the Rift is active. And so you have less uptime on Shadow Covenant, but stronger Shadow Covenants. And then in between Shadow Covenants, you still have some amplifier to increase your output in meaningful ways. So it's really an elegant way to make up for losing a really key tier set.
Is Depth of Shadows just sick for both specs?
It's busted right now, so it's not proccing Shadow Covenant for us just yet.
Okay.
If it did, then yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, dude, this just procking Shadow Fiends for.
Yeah,
Disc, I mean, and Shadow sounds really nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to say which of those two is the best.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's bugged.
You go, Jack.
I appreciate it. The Void Wraith is also bugged, so like you can talent into Shadow Fiend, you talent into Shadow Fiend by default, and it's a 3-minute cooldown. But you could take another talent to make it become Mindbender, which is a 1-minute cooldown. But regardless of which you're talented into, Void Wraith always becomes a 2-minute cooldown. And so it's just like, well, why do you talent into Mindbender, right? And the Void Wraith also doesn't convert to Atonement healing, which it probably should. So there's bugs that they need to figure out. I've reported a bunch of them already.
Yeah, I was going to say Void Wraith's interaction with Inescapable Torment is also questionable as well.
Was it not proccing? I thought it was for me.
Yeah, but it's like you're teleporting like a ranged caster onto the top of your mob, and it just doesn't really make much sense in terms of what the game is trying to do.
Oh yeah, weird. It's goofy looking for sure, because it's just like your Void pet is hanging out next to you, and it's just blasting damage, looking all sick, and then it just teleports away from you, and you never see it again.
Yeah, it just stands on top of the boss. It's so stupid.
It's like, hold up, bro, I'm going in.
Yeah, the only real like concern, I guess, I have about the Void Weaver tree is how it locks in so many talents. Because like obviously with Depths of Shadow and Void Wraith, like you want to be running the Mindbender side of the tree, and the whole thing effectively forces you to run Void Torrent, which is on the opposite side.
Ew.
So it locks you into Death Speaker because of the Shadow of Death stuff. It locks you into Mindbender because of the Depth Shadow Void Wraith stuff, and it locks you into Void Torrent because of the Entropic Rift.
Dude, Void Torrent is so far. I don't know.
It is, yeah. It's so far and it's so out of the way. Luckily, though, all the powerful stuff is on that side. Like, you pretty much always want Idol of Cthulhu for something.
I mean, you always Cthulhu, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just, like, limiting options so much for the future. And obviously needing Mindbender and needing Death Speakers off the other bits. Like, it's just very weird in that, like, they want to, like, focus on something that is so far and so out of the way as a core tenet of the spec.
Thankfully, Disc does not have those problems. It's pretty much
Disc does not have these problems. Disc is kind of chilling. Okay, so are you ever playing Oracle? Are you ever playing Oracle, or is it just always?
I mean, there's a world where they could buff it enough, but I wouldn't say I would be playing it willingly in its current form.
You're not happy about it? Yeah, fair enough.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is, like, even if they buff it to a point where it's going to be better, it would have to just be giving you so much reward that you would have to be, like, bodying all the other healers. Like, olden days of Disc, where Disc was, like, far and away the hardest healer, and you got massively rewarded for it or something like that. Like maybe, but I don't think they're gonna do that. So otherwise, it's just a hero talent that you have to work really hard to manage compared to something else which is just passive. And maybe at worst, you might deploy your Rift a little earlier in your ramp so that it explodes at a time that's favorable for your Atonement. But that's, like simple stuff, right? Not the end of the world.
Yeah, like the Oracle one is like finicky and irritating, and the world where that payoff is worthwhile is a world no other healer but Priest wants to live in, because we all remember what Velens did during Legion.
You just give them Velens again. Bring it back.
Basically. I mean, I think that was probably their thought was like, oh, people like felons. Let's bring that back. And, you know.
I would say, though, as far as Oracle goes, the most thematic thing you could do as a healer with the idea of predicting the future, etc., is Velens. And obviously Velens being named after Velen, who is kind of the poster child for the Oracle tree. It makes sense to bring that effect back, and it is the most thematically consistent thing they could do. I don't hate that they brought it back, I just hate that it's so finicky to get value out of it. And I think there is probably a healthier way of implementing that, and then giving more interesting talents down the tree as well to kind of work with. Like, a lot of those are very, very dull.
Yeah, I think the biggest bright spot for the Oracle tree right now is getting to use Powered Life at a higher health threshold.
Oh yeah, that is
50% is actually pretty high.
That's really high. Like, that's really, really powerful.
Yeah.
Like, the rest just kind of feels bad.
Listen, Jack, you can reduce the cooldown of Purify by 2 seconds.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it's really good for Farak.
I mean, with Insight as well, you can press Insight, and then you can Dispel 4 times in a row.
Yeah, God, don't tell anybody that.
That sounds so cursed.
Oh
actually.
my God.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna waste my major healing CD and 5 globals to cast 1 Master Spell. That is now a 2-minute CD that was previously 40 seconds.
True. Oh my gosh. Now we're cooking.
That sounds so cursed now that you said that, actually.
Lordy.
All right, cool. Thank you guys so much for coming on. Where can people find you guys, Jack?
At AutomaticJak, JAK. Pretty much everywhere. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok.
TikTok.
Twitter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, TikTok. That's right. Hey, you want TikTok, Tettles? You following me?
Absolutely not.
Oh my God. So messed up.
Right. Ellipses, where can people find you?
Not really very much anywhere at all, honestly. I don't really use socials very much. You could find me in the Discord for Warcraft Priests, and obviously I'm writing the guides on Wowhead. If you have anything you want to say, then your best bet is to message me on Discord, honestly.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you guys so much for coming on and talk about hero talents.
You bet, dude.
Cool.
Take it easy.
Appreciate you.
Cheers.
Pog. Hope H-Valley is playable next X-Pack. I hope it is too. I hope it is too. Yep. I'm still operating under the assumption that there's going to be like lots of balance changes and things like that to mess around with. Yeah. Conversation with super knowledgeable people, even though you only understood about 15% of it. Do you have any questions? Did anything not make sense? I got you. Holy Shadow Tree out? Not yet. So you can see it on Wowhead, and there's icons, but like most of these are spec icons between Holy and Shadow. So like it's unlikely these are even the final ones. Foreshadowing this to be a fight we need to dispel 4 times in a row. God, I hope not. Yeah. But Oracle Divine 1 other raid buff that applies with Fort. That'd be kind of crazy. Is icons the same as Totemic? Yeah, so like don't read anything into these ability icons. Yeah. I mean, listen, all we need, crazy, is one good hero talent. Right? All we need is one. If every spec of healer has one hero talent that's good to play on release, I think that's a win. Okay? That's where I'm at, personally. Disc has theirs. Yep, disc check. Paladin, check. I like Flame Shaper Evoker a lot more than Chrono Warden, personally. But I think that's a personal opinion. Check, right? Monk, Conjure the Celestials, check. You know? Holy Priest just needs to get theirs. What Paladin? Herald. Herald of the Sun. Yeah. Yeah, you cast Prism or Barrier, and your next Holy Power spenders apply Dawn Light onto the target, dealing healing and stuff onto them over time. You also get Eternal Flame, which thematically I love. A very special place in my heart for... My heart's over here. For Eternal Flame. Big fan, big fan. So... I asked about that, Phoenix, and they dono-walled me on my question in the Q&A. But I did not see any, like, substantial things. They kind of updated some icons and some little things here and there, but not, like... They didn't, like, change nameplates around. They didn't change, like, dispel frames or any of that stuff, you know? I think, like, Resto Shaman is very neutral. I'm not like, oh my god, I can't wait to play Farseer, but I don't hate it the way I hate Oracle. Which one, type? Aspen has many hot takes. So, what do we sells you on maining disc? Yeah, it's just good. It is good. I feel bad for Shadow. Like, Ellipses was saying it's kind of inconvenient to talent into things. But like disc, but bro, we are chilling. Let's go. Like, there's still some dead talents, you know, like Uppy's kind of dead, Unforge. But like, whatever, you know. I'm sure some casual players are going to enjoy playing with Uppies, and they're going to, you know, have a good time. And that's great, you know. One of the other modes for Premonition would be the old Valinir effect. Shields for percentage of healing. That'd be dope. That'd be really dope. But the odds Totemic brings back Vesper, it'd have to, like, transform one of your active totems into Vesper or something, which maybe it could. Yeah. Maybe it could. There weren't, when we did the QA, there weren't that many, like, OMG things. I think the, yeah, there weren't that many things that, like, OMG stood out. Two-second Angels compare with 10% DR. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know, Luis. But that's the thing is, like, I'm operating under the assumption that there's going to be lots and lots of tuning. Yeah. Like, Piety's far and away the best one, but, you know, assuming that they would make Insight good enough as a cooldown reduction function or whatever, right? I think it's fair to assume that they would be buffing those things in the next 4 or 5 months. I think it's at least fair to say. Yeah. What can you do, right? Look at 6 still. Yeah, dude. I really enjoyed Monk. I really enjoyed the Monk testing I did. I just wish that shit was not broken. Wish spinning crane kick actually worked properly. I did not see a Void Blast is on no CD. I didn't play any Shadow. But Void Blast replaces Mind Blast. Yeah, so I would assume that whatever the cooldown of Mind Blast is for Shadow, it would be the same for Void Blast. Because it didn't change the cast time of Smite or anything like that. It just changed the animation and the damage. Yeah. I'm sure that's going to happen, SCP. I'm sure that there's going to be, like, overcorrections to fix, like, bad hero talents over time. There's 2 versions, one with no CD and one with a 9-second recharge. My money would be on it acting exactly like Mind Blast does. Yeah. I would have thought that they'd have a Shadow Priest person on. It was weird how they did the invites. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot by talking about it too much, but it was odd. Faded raids next week? Yep. Actually, no, now I'm curious, Yerv. Let me see. Does Void Blast... Okay, so it increases the duration of up to 5 seconds. The Rift lasts 10 seconds. So yeah, I'm not sure how Shadow would even be able to fit in 5 Mind Blasts in that period. So... Oh, I saw Public had posted that he hadn't gotten in and stuff. I saw some World First gamers in, though. So, yeah. I got, like, an email. They were like, hey, we're happy to, give you early access and stuff. But don't talk about it until after, this point in time. That's how it went for me. And then they're like, don't talk about anything until today at noon. And then, you get to play 2-3 days. Got to play 2-3 days worth, and then I was off. Have a CD with the rest of the talents? Gotcha. What can I test? 2 dungeons, 3 delves, 1 zone for leveling. Yeah, it's pretty standard. I've been in the last, 5 or 6 alphas. And this was mostly the same. Other alphas were a little bit less structured. I remember in Legion Alpha, I got to go to, this southern continent that they had scrapped, basically. It was just flat land. And I was just, walking through walls and stuff, right? It was more polished, but it was also not as much stuff. Yeah, I'm very excited about this. Listen, my opinion, if you go into the expansion with 1 fun hero talent, that is plenty. They'll eventually get the other one working, right? And I'm thrilled at where Disc Voidweaver is at. I even know it's gonna get nerfed because there's some crazy stuff going on with it. Every AoE tick of the Rift procs its own Atonement healing. Oh, cool. Wow. That's definitely gonna stay. Yep. That's definitely staying. So yeah, a lot of stuff. Yeah, Farseer looked like meh at best. There wasn't enough people doing dungeons, unfortunately, for me to test everything. But right now the alpha's down, and when the alpha comes back up for public alpha, that's when I'll try to do all the healers once more. That's right, for the public. All the visual effects? Maybe Wowhead will. I got a video for tomorrow for Voidweaver stuff. I have not played any Shadow. Haven't played any Shadow. No plans to play Shadow. Oh yeah, where are these tier sets at? Evoker tier set, Monk tier set, Warrior tier set, Druid tier set, Rogue. Where Priest? I didn't see any Priest thing. That's right. I am bar filler. That looks all right. That one looks good. Yeah. Yeah, Druid looks really good. Yeah, it's a very shoulder-focused setup here. I like this one a lot. Oh, this one right here. This one's the sauce. This one's the big sauce. Premonition talent? Yep. I'm not a big fan. It was one that makes super AoE. What? Let me see. Evoker? Oh, damn. Wait, what does it look like in dragon form, though? Does it not show it in dragon form? What the fuck? I mean, that is like Deathwing incarnate. Let's go. Yeah, that is a sick Deathwing mog. Yeah, just shoulders and belt. Bleh. Bleh. Dracthyr priest? I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, listen, I would love to be a priest with a knock up and a knock back. No priest, no warlock yet. No priest, no warlock yet. XX Deathwing Straza XX. Dude, just for having the racials would be nuts. Just for having those racials. Oh, whoops. Nothing on 10-man. I'm not anticipating that we get 10-man. So yeah, I did alpha testing. I did mucho alpha testing and everything like that as priest. What is a class expansion? I didn't play any shadow. I don't play DPS specs. Oh, Dracthyr's getting more classes. Oh, okay. That's why you guys are talking about it. Okay. That's kind of sick. I don't think I'd really want to be a Dracthyr priest, but that's just me. Dracthyr warrior sounds sick. That sounds really sick, actually. Yeah, being able to stay in visage form will be really, really nice. Being able to stay in visage form and then being able to, what is it? And then being able to soar whenever you want with dragon riding. Pre-patch? I doubt it would be pre-patch, personally. I think they have so much to get done. I don't even know what they're going to get done before the new expansion drops, honestly. So, when's Alpha go live for me to play it? I think tomorrow, if I get access. Hopefully. I assume we will. Who knows? Hi to Nick. So. Alpha process will be short. I would anticipate it because, okay, so I've done a whole bunch of alphas over the years, and this alpha seemed pretty similar, but it was more like polished. It wouldn't just like, it wouldn't allow you to run around all over the place and like break stuff. And there's only like 4 or 5 months before the new expansion. No. The spells are all there. My bars kept resetting on this character, so I just didn't put every ability on there. Yeah, you're all good. Does that ruin your night? Sorry. We did not get to fight the Candle King. Nah. Unfortunately not. Yeah. Really seemed like a long con. He spent his little time messing with it at my limited alpha time. What? I did my challenge. Yo, Nick, thank you for the 8 months, my dude. Much love, much love. I did it for my challenge. Oh yeah, I realized I accidentally just walked right into guys that I didn't need to throw stuff to. How you doing, Neuro? Release date? No idea. I actually thought they might announce a release date today, but no, apparently not. Apparently not. Yeah, I see it, Henry. There you go. Any hope for Shaman? There's plenty of hope. We still got a whole other tree. And, again, they're probably going to be doing a lot of iteration on these hero talents. Yeah, I think it's alright. I'd like other colors, though. I don't know, it's just something. Here's these overexpensive rings. Ever cast my shield as Holy Priest? Almost never, yeah. If you're worried about dying or something like that, maybe. Hello, Wowhead. No more rep bonuses at all for the human racial. God damn. Ooh, I didn't actually see the dungeon or the raid. I want to see how these bosses look in the crab mode. They did this crab mode thing, so if you're scared of spiders, they'll transform them into crabs instead. Which is funny, because, I mean, crabs are basically, like, ocean spiders, you know? These are some big-ass rooms and platforms. They are. It's little bugs. They're just these little buggers. It's Gahoon! This is the War Within content, yeah. If you didn't get into the War Within Alpha, friends and family, does that mean that Blizzard's not your friend? True. They're an evil mega corporation. Can you guys hear me crunching? I don't know how good my mic is. Oh, that's pretty sick. Sorry. I'm eating. I had chips and I have this Panera, like double chicken with hot pepper and cheese sandwich. And then I had Panera Death Lemonade. Yeah. It's not that loud? Okay, good. What talents the Polypriest Druid I hope the priest tier set is based off of? No idea. Not sure. I like this guy. Where is it? This dude. This dude looks sick. Imagine they create tier sets that forces into hero talents. We'll see. Listen, there's no need to worry until there's an actual reason to worry. Okay. No set bonus info yet. None yet. Oh, they actually do have dungeon journals out. They usually don't have these out for alpha. Yeah, that's kind of sick. I mean, raid testing is a lot sooner than we thought. Yeah, they just turn into big old crabs, big old buggers. And they just buff the other healers? Oh, instead of all the healer nerfs and stuff? Just to watch the Mistweavers suffer. Yeah, just to watch them all suffer. Favorite zone in WoW? He's old as are. Yeah. Season 4 to have TW be insane. I don't even know if Mistweaver's actually gonna suffer. Next cooking stream? Not sure actually. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if you're, well, I haven't removed Clouded Focus yet. No. I'm not going to be playing Clouded Focus next season, that's for sure. Tomorrow? Alpha's tomorrow? Yeah. But I don't think that it's going to be like a new build. I think it's going to be like the same stuff that we just had. Except I'll have more people to do dungeons with. Right? So I'll actually be able to do like Shaman dungeons, Holy Pally dungeons, Prez dungeons. Those are the ones I didn't do. Have a job interview tomorrow. Nice. I think I'm going to do Priest, Monk, and Prez next season, Tusk. Yo, I wish you luck, Ajuki. I wish you luck. My alpha account email and password was a song title. What would the title be? They gave us an email and password for the limited time stuff, and then they took down the limited time stuff. So even if you had it, it wouldn't help you. Yeah, Hero Talent video up tomorrow, Drat. Yeet. Yeah, first thing tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. YouTube.com/AutomaticJak. Yeah, I think Tusk next season, season 4, I'm gonna do 0 to hero on Prez. Damage is a little bit less bursty, yeah. Damage is less bursty and healing was slower. Our health quadrupled from what it is right now in live. We only went up like 100 eye levels or something like that. Six call to the interview of the total 100 that applied. God damn, dude. Sounds very lucky. Rub some of that luck off of me, on me. Someone very close to me is going through the ringer right now with their job. Getting kind of fucked over by their job, so it's very unfortunate. We're back to casting slow healing? Not really. Like, you don't play slow. It's just it takes longer to top off health pools. Yeah. Other people work with me? I hire editors. Editors, graphic designers. Sometimes, like, if I need to get out content quickly, I'll edit my own videos and stuff. But if I want to have, like, a higher quality product, I hire an editor to help. John refused to be paid for his labor, but he runs the website. He pays me back. Well, he used to pay me back when I had my guides up on the website by complaining to me about it. I got you, Dusk. Oh, you're paying to be here, Juki. Oh, man. But yeah, on average, I stream like 30 to 35 hours a week, something like that. And then it helps to have an editor and everything like that to make YouTube and TikTok content and stuff. Wow, hype! How you doing, Chaos? Yeah, the AoE Atonement of the Void Rift is quite overpowered. Yeah. It's really overpowered. Thing is, even if they get rid of that, the spell is going to be very good. That's kind of the way I view it, is like, there's a lot of reasons to be excited about it that are outside of the crazy OP abilities. Like, even if they remove that and like, even if they remove that, like, once they fix the bug or make sure that Void Wraith is operating in a specific way, or they mess around with the extra Shadow Fiend procs or whatever, there's a lot to get excited about. It didn't feel overpowered on one target. No. It was just the AoE damage all converting into Atonement was way overpowered. Like, look at it right here. It's going to go off, and everybody is just pulsing up healthy every single time. I guess the ads died a little bit too quickly to make a good example. It's insanely OP right now, Kill Switch. Yeah. And again, that was my point. Is like, even when they fix the crazy OP powers of Void Weaver, it's still going to be very strong. They would have to like neuter it, like destroy multiple things for it to be bad, you know? But if they bring it into a balanced form, then it ends up making your Shadow Covenant feel better. And so you may not have as much Shadow Covenant as you have today, but it feels stronger. And so that's a good trade-off, or it's a fair trade-off at least. Of next expansion, okay, I don't have as much Shadow Covenant uptime, but when I do, it feels really good. And then outside of the Shadow Covenant, you still have another ability which makes you feel powerful in between your squid uptime. That's great. Like, that is just clean, good gameplay, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's always their solution, Dub. For as long as modern Disc Priest has existed, you know, back in my day, Atonement used to be, I think it was 50 or 60% of your damage done converted into Atonement healing in like Legion. And then they like slowly nerfed it over time to now being like 35%. Yeah, I mean, they could do that serious. They could also make it where it works like Divine Star or Holy Nova, where only the first target hit converts into Atonement, and it would be totally fine. Yeah. And like, that's why I'm not worried. I'm like, okay, this is just going to be a good hero talent, even when they take out the like crazy OP stuff. That's fine. Like, I'm already looking further down the line, you know? Because right now, all they care about is like, does this work? And is it fun, you know? And it's fun not just because it's big number, but like it's fun because of how it amplifies you and what abilities it transforms, you know? Like, look at how sick this Void Blast looks. Right? Check this out. You deploy it, hit your penance, then you go bzz. Look at that. Look at that. Bzz. It looks sick. Yeah. Shit looks awesome. I actually didn't play Disc back in Kata. I started playing Disc in MOP. And that was like autopilot Atonement, right? It was smart healing Atonement. And it was only healing one target instead of any target that you had a buff on. Yeah. That was pretty fun. I just don't think they could ever go back to that, though. Right? What's Kalamazoo saying to me? Archon Hero Talent? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Rick streaming his head off as a Disc Priest rebuilding Atonement stacks and mists. A long time ago. I mean, that Disc Priest was in the wrong. I think it was like Evangelism stacks, I want to say, Dub. Yeah. But my guild has that clip, and they use it on the soundboard all the time, because now... Because, like, if somebody dies, they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm smiting. That's how I heal. How does Void Blast interact with Twilight Equilibrium? Well, it's a shadow spell. Right? So that might mean that Twilight Equilibrium is devalued and you run other stuff. Yes! I think that Flame Shaper Evoker is more fun, Tusk, or looks more fun. Eager to play with it. Yeah, I'm pretty eager for Twilight Equilibrium to bounce. Let me see. And, all right, casting Void Blast, I have a light buff. Wait, it just consumed that buff. Interesting. It's not proccing any Twilight Equilibrium right now either. Oh, wait. Dark Reprimand... Void Blast failed. Oh. Oh yeah, apparently you want to destroy the barrels early. I messed up. And Mind Blast. Then I have a light proc. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it actually has no interactions, at least at the moment. But I would imagine when it properly works, that, yeah, Void Blast would be meant to be a shadow spell. And so then you'd be casting, like, Shadow Covenant would go up, and then you'd cast Mind Blast and Penance and Void Blast, and it's all shadow. You know, it's all shadow down the board. So, and the instant damage of Purge the Wicked is not so much that you would actually want to be using that as a Twilight Equilibrium alternator on a single target boss, right? So, yeah. Yeah. The way I view it is like, at least with something like Prez, if I'm not gonna main it, I just want to have a fun talent tree that I enjoy playing, and like I don't care if it's not like the best option out there. So, and here's the Rookery. Oh yeah, Luxos was there. Yep, new expansion, Milan. It's completely pointless for the direction the hero talent students. It's also the void side. Yeah, that's fine though. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, Void Blast looks sick. Void Blast looks sick. And then if you watch, you see that bolt that's flying through the air? These proc based off how many penances you cast during the rift, and then they deal damage that converts into atonement healing. And so if you cast enough penances, you go pew 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 after the rift is over. Right here. And then when it ends, wait for it. Wait for it. Well, I moved away from it. Hate to see it. Your talents will stay. Makes T dead it talent. Thing is, there's a lot of dead talents for Disc if you look closely. And like, should they be fixing more of them and polishing all of them so they're all viable and have options? Sure. But that's much less important, in my view, than just having a base build that works. Right? A base build that works and is fun. Because there's always going to be a best option. Mistweaver has a lot of like talent balance across the board. But then you always end up taking the best build anyway, right? So I would love it if Uppies was better. I'd love it if like Aegis of Wrath was stronger. I'd love it if, you know, Expiation came back in some kind of way, honestly. But as long as the base kit feels good to play, that's plenty. Or that's enough for me to not feel like bad, you know? Yo, Sirius, thank you so much for the Prime. Cheers, dude. You take the dubs where you can get them. I was thinking about this last night before I went to bed. For like 4 years, or so, some healers were just like not able to do anything past 20s, right? So like we take the wins where we can get the wins, you know. All end talent should be somewhat usable. Tell that to Mistweavers. I meant on the class tree. And Holy Priest as well. Yeah. I don't know. People kind of got it in their heads that like the end talent nodes need to be super powerful, and like they don't really need to be. The void thing get affected by uppies? I don't know. I actually didn't try that. Thing is, it's capped up to 8 bolts, and so you wouldn't really like use uppies to cap it because you could just do that on its own with penance casts. This is disc right now. Yep, first thing tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. I'll have a Holy and Disc video up. They announced the next 3 X packs to lock Microsoft into their plan. No, I don't think so. I mean, Microsoft could pull the plug anytime. You know, if you think about it. It's called a going concern in like business. It's like the assumption is the business is going to keep on going, you know? And so like you don't plan nothing and then wait for the company to tell you what to do. You just say, hey, we have all these plans and all this stuff that you're buying us for. We got all kinds of, it's like when your parents walk in and they're like, hey, are you doing your homework? You're like, yeah, I got all this stuff going on, right? You're locked into my plan. Haha, you're fired. Plan's unlocked. Yeah, basically. Now they want, like when they get bought out, they want to appear busy. They want to appear like they got a lot of stuff cooking. They got a lot of cool things. Yeah, like I think they are playing very safe with delves at the moment, which is okay, you know, as long as they add to the equation, right? I think they're playing safe there. They're running a little bit behind schedule for hero talents, but again, it's not the end of the world. That's why I said, if they make it so that there's 1 hero talent per spec that's good or fun or whatever, then that's a win, right? The thing is, you don't want to have like 1 spec or class or whatever feeling bad entering it. Eventually, all the hero talents will be good. Just like absolute pragmatic view, I don't think it's possible for every single hero talent to be good and feel good on release. Should it happen? Yes. Will it happen? That's another story. If everybody has 1, that's a dub. They'll probably fix it by season 2, right? Yeah, they've been working expansions ahead for a while now. Yeah. Yeah, this dungeon design is very cool. They were like, Kalani was rescuing griffins, which I think was part of like an achievement or something. Yeah. I think that's what it was. Yeah, this is a pretty cool dungeon. It's kind of like a Shrine of the Storm dungeon, if you think about it, where you enter into, you know, somebody's fortress, and basically you enter into their fortress, and they've gone insane and shit. That's kind of the gist of it. My opinion on the returning M+ dungeons? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Borealis. And I feel like it's too soon for Shadowlands dungeons, personally. Yeah. Sounds like a great plan, Trey. Spies Mist, don't know why people liked it. Yeah, Mist is also just gonna be annoying too. Like the combat mechanics of like how bad that dungeon is on Spiteful Weeks because you're locked into combat. Being locked into combat on, yeah, I guess it mainly would be Spitefuls. It was really annoying. Necrotic Wake. I don't know. I'm kind of over the like cheesiness of like using weapons or Borealis using the Cannoneer to make sure that you're killing all the monsters for you. Like it is one of those like really, really big coordination checks, you know? Oh, they add on to the track the symbols again? Yep. Neither do I. Neither do I. New Oracle Voidweaver. Voidweaver's great. Oracle's annoying. Still annoying. Yeah. TW Alpha hasn't even started yet. I already can't wait for Plus Season 1 to end. Oh, man. Pizza or burgers? These days, probably burgers. I feel like the average pizza is better than the average burger, though. Yep. Voidweaver's really OP right now, gamer guy. But even when they kind of like rein everything in, it'll still feel really good, I think. Just the principle of like making your Shadow Covenants feel stronger and then giving you something in between your Shadow Covenants when you don't have as much uptime because you don't have your tier set anymore. That's the big stuff. Yeah, just kind of like Natty synergizes with what you already got going on, which is great. Old Oracle sounded better. Yeah, this thing is like, it doesn't really need to have extra gameplay. Just enhancing what you have is plenty. Reading Oracle, first glance is super mid. It's very mid. Thing is, you have a minute cooldown where you have to juggle and stare at a buff to make sure you get the proper buff. Like, assuming that they actually balance everything, right? Assuming that they actually are balancing things. Yeah. One talent makes it act like Shadowlands Paladin Blessings. Well, like, yeah, where it alternates on its own. Yeah. None of the things had visuals, but I thought they said there was going to be a way that you could actually, like, tell what subspec somebody was. Yeah. Shadowbreeze Mage Evoker, or maybe this time in favor of melee. I think it's still Caster Weaver. Yeah. Or to cater to specific playstyles that players prefer, and hopefully this also means they can balance playstyles better. Maybe. The alpha server went down, and it'll probably be up again tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. When Void leads to kill some raid members, let's go. Let's go. Why Priest? Just really enjoyed it for a very long time. 2200 last night. Only thing is getting mad at myself for dying, but I have to tell myself that I would only do 8 months ago. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, it's just a natural progression. The more you stick with it, the better you're gonna get. Just like working any sort of muscle, you know? Lux blasting. Yeah, he was playing a whole bunch of stuff. He's playing a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, first healer I ever played was Paladin. And then it was like PTR testing for Siege of Orgrimmar, and I made a priest, and it was like already template character, max level stuff, and I just loved it. It's had a bunch of really cool looking abilities. Halo Divine Star hit really hard back then. I was just like, screw it, let's do that. So after Siege of Orgrimmar Prog was over, I got the opportunity to... After Siege was over, I got the opportunity to main swap, and then I never looked back. So... Don't use paint sip enough. Care to peel back the onion on paint sip selection? I think the biggest thing is just making sure that even if you think there's a slight chance the tank might need it, or you might need it, that you just spend it. A lot of times, I'm pretty much using it on boss fights, because tanks who are playing at high levels are usually stout enough that I don't have to worry. But obviously that is not the case when you're pugging. So if you have the remote suggestion that you might need it, just like send it. Be like aggressive with sending it. You know, make sure it's not a really deeply inconvenient cooldown. Don't feel bad at all about just burning it if you need to burn it. Things like that. So hot portion is essentially free. Wait, what do you mean by free? Like it costs the same as Word of Glory? Oh, doesn't come at WoG base healing loss? Yeah. That's why they like increased the healing of Light at Dawn, but they didn't increase the healing of Word of Glory. Shepherd death damage on that trash shield, 300k plus is mad. Yup. I know, that's why I felt bad. I think it was on this boss where I like saw that I didn't have the correct shield buff thing. This is alpha, yep. This is footage from us testing the other day. Yeah, so like Monday, Tuesday, I get to do all the testing. Oh, I do have the talent. Yeah. Yeah, that's where you do 300% bonus damage with Shadowbird Death if the target has an absorb on him. Here I'm like waiting to see if they actually put up an absorb. I was like hoping that they would. Yeah. I don't think I got a chance to... Yeah, I don't think I got a chance to use Shadowbird Death on a target that's in execute and they had a shield up. I don't think so. Change the overhealing to some sort of shielding. Not as powerful as Spirit Shell, but some kind of middle ground. Well, it's going to be there for Holy and Disc. And keep in mind, Piety is by far the best option for those buffs right now. We'll see where they're gonna take with it. Yeah. Oracle would be cool if they deleted it and replaced it with something else, John. True. Dungeons were fun. This was like a large dungeon that didn't have that much trash in it. It kind of felt like, because there was also a lot of like exploration. You know, you kind of fight on a terrace, and then you take flight and you fly into the rookery. Then you clear out the top of the rookery, and then you fall down to the bottom. Actually, multiple different times. You kind of traverse a great amount of space, but there's not that many bosses in it. It's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, you fly from A to B. You go to the top of the tower, to the middle area of the tower, to the basement of the tower, all throughout the dungeon. The other one, the meadery, is very smooth because you kind of just take loops. You kind of just like take loops all throughout the dungeon. So, base mechanics are fine. Again, these are only normal mode difficulty, so it doesn't have all the mechanics there. These are pretty fun. No, not necessarily, Rat. It'll convert a lot of overheal. Yeah. I don't think there's anything you knew you got to do with the flight stones. Yeah. Were there ghosts? Yes, there were. There was like something outside. There was something annoying outside. I forget what it was. I think if anything, I would get a cat. Yeah, dogs need too much attention. And are too loud. Yeah, let me run to the bathroom quick. 1 sec. Common L. Okay. All right. Archon is not out. Why get an animal when I got that dog in me? That I know. I've had that dog in me for a while. But now I think it might be time for get a pet. Maybe. Maybe I'll just have Kalamazoo come over and be my pet. This boss fight was pretty cool. The boss goes immune, and then you have to serve beer to the patrons. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, Void Weaver's dope. As long as they have something good for Archon, for Holy Priest, I will be good. That's the biggest thing. We just really need to have something. We need a dub for Holy Priests. I think Prez has a dub with Flame Shaper. Pally has a dub with Herald of the Sun. Disc has their Void Weaver. Shaman's kind of eh. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do with DPS or for Archon, honestly. I'm hoping it's going to be fun, though. With talents, I'm playing like what you would anticipate being a regular M+ setup right now. Just like standard M+ talents. Listen, Shamans need something good out of Totemic, or at least not bad. Holy Priest obviously needs to have Archon be good. And we're fine. I do not like Lightsmith Paladin, but I like Herald of the Sun. So as long as we get one. As long as we get one. Some of the numbers looking crazy. Yeah. So I think I moused over my health pool. We have about 1 million HP on live right now. We have a lot, like 1 mil HP on live, and we have like 4 mil HP in normal mode dungeons. Yeah. I mean, again, these are normal mode dungeons. Not really anticipating any one-shots or anything like that here, right? I think only going up 100 item levels, but having a vastly increased health pool is a pretty huge deal. There are these failed batches right here that I just moused over a second ago. These are probably going to be the one-shot mechanics in the dungeon, but it's literally like you need to turn and go kill it, right? It's right there. It explodes. It does not have that much health. These are things that, like, I don't know if they just didn't take cleave damage or people were ignoring them or what, but once people realized you needed to kill them and I was like pinging them, we were totally fine. Yeah. So these big bursts of damage should just never go off, basically. I mean, it's kind of like new versions of Explosive. I don't remember if you were able to interrupt them or not. I forget. I actually do forget. I'm not worried about Disc's 5% nerf or whatever. And the fact that they buffed Atonement in 5-mans to compensate, so you're still going to be at, like, break even. I'm like, shit, this is looking really good for next season. Yeah. And I mean, the Mistweaver said they weren't even worried. How much random stuff Star getting caught on? Not too much in this dungeon. Yeah. It's actually, like, pretty wide open. Like, good hallways and everything, too. I liked it a lot. If your Rift is on a target and it dies, does Mind Blast another target shift the Rift? Well, your Rift would have exploded by that point. Because the Rift lasts 15 seconds max, and then your cooldown out of Mind Blast is 25 seconds. If the target dies, then the Rift can grow larger, can be extended, but it doesn't travel anymore. So, yeah. Like, look at the Rift chase after him. Hang on, this is a really good bit. Okay, so I Mind Blast the Hobgoblin. The Hobgoblin is running across the room, and you can just see the Rift traveling. Look at that. Look at that Rift. It actually almost got large enough to tick that guy. and it follows him all the way over there. And then it's following him all the way back. Yeah. Oh, lordy, coming. And that's the thing is there's a slow component to this. So if you're a PvPer, you're going to be slowing people and it's going to chase them down and prevent them from escaping. It might as well be a route. Yeah. Little nuts. Positive stuff from the testing. Better be careful having hope. I guess the thing for me is wondering like what people are going to want the most out of the expansion, you know? The Rift's what people want for Paladin's Consecrate, man. Consecrate used to be ridiculous. Dude, that used to be like 50 or 60% of Paladin's damage. When solo Q M+, I feel like solo Q would actually be pretty bad. If the key doesn't go your way, you're just gonna have like crazy amounts of levers. There'd be like next to no coordination. He would just like slam it, hope it goes well, and then leave if it doesn't, you know? Yeah, the boss name in the meadery is IPA. I like that. Yeah. Is it different to M+ now? Exactly. What happens if you queue up and you don't get the key that you want and everybody like votes to leave or something like that, you know? High M+ where Ellie doesn't suck and Mage is not broken? Sorry. Maybe another game. Listen, you can have the animation without a glyph if you spend it on the hero talent. Woo! Yeah. Telling you he has a hop ability. He has a bottoms uppercut. There was another good one. Burning fermentation. Oh yeah, if he gets the absorb, it's called filler up. Of course, Blizzard likes IPAs. Blech. Spouting Stout. Passive hero talent junk like Farseer. I feel that. Oh yeah, look at the Void Rift, by the way, and it slows the target. The dude just stopped in its tracks. It was great. Yeah, Void Weaver is very, very fun. It is passive, but it's honestly super fun. It's 80% if they're at the epicenter, and then it decays the further out from the epicenter you are. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see if other people actually saw it. I'd have to, like, see if Preheat or Jedith have videos up and I'm with them. Yeah, I don't know why they brought back Siege of Paralysis. I really don't know. I hope that they do not have any spotter damage whatsoever. They brought back Siege. I don't know, Kookie. They did, Rums. Yep. I think Mind Blast is a hasted CD. It's Grimbatol, Borealis, Necrotic Wake, and Mist of Tyrannus Scythe as the season 1. And then it's for, you know, the War Within dungeons. I think Grimbatol is going to be fun. I'm not looking forward to Mists. Necrotic Wake, yeah. I just feel like it's too soon. I don't know. I just feel like it's too soon. I think that they're really hesitant to bring back old dungeons like that, Grin. Not to call you old, but yeah, I feel like they're kind of hesitant to do a lot of that. I think like Kata is like the latest that they want to do it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to test out, Dub. I mean, we'll see if we're running with Void Wraith as well, and like how Void Wraith's gonna interact with Shadow Fiend or Mindbender too. So Void Blast is smite during your Void Rift. So you cast Mind Blast, you deploy a Rift, and then your smite becomes a Void Blast. Geriatric and Havoc. Oh man, I'm sorry. Nope, Void Rift's its own thing, Very. I'll have a video coming out tomorrow, but we talked about it earlier in the VOD. Mind Blast creates a rift. During that rift, your penance makes the rift larger. Your smite becomes Void Blast, and then it makes the rift last longer. When the rift ends, it explodes and fires penance bolts. Yeah. At least get Kyrian level priest damage. I feel like we're at that. Actually, we're at better than Kyrian priest damage. Our damage as a percentage of the total overall damage is higher than it was in Shadowlands. Yeah. Yeah, like we just are doing more damage. I don't know what we're doing for the War Within, but yeah. I also don't like the name The War Within. It just does not feel like a very WoW X-Pac name. What is my sister saying? Hang on. Yeah, not a huge fan of the name. My brother is giving us his birthday list really early on. You guys would not believe what my brother asked for. Funny. It's a month early. He's like, my birthday's in a month. I want cash. He is gonna be 36. Yeah. Do you guys still exchange gifts with your siblings in their 30s? I don't know. I turned 30 this year. Oof. Nope. Yeah, I thought it was a nope for me. Although my brother and I pass like $50 of Apple Cash back and forth all the time. So I guess I'll give him the Apple Cash. You do indeed, yeah? Cards? Yeah, I don't know. I tried to get out of the whole, like, let's give gifts thing. And then my family was not. They called me the Grinch. I was like, but we're adults. I don't know. Get a card at this point. I need cash. Might send him $8 for a coffee or something. Yeah. Give each other $50. Why not save the trouble and not do it? Exactly. Like, literally. 40 in October, and my brother is already in his 40s. We have one card we pass back and forth. See, that sounds great. Like, that sounds really wholesome. Is like, if you have one card and you pass it back and forth and you write little notes or something like that over time, like that sounds cool, right? Yeah. Yeah, like unless there's a gift that's like, you know, it's really gonna make somebody's life better, and you know that it's like the hidden thing that they need. I don't really care too much about like gifts and stuff, you know. I didn't write. Like, because sometimes you know somebody and you know that this gift that they have no idea about would be great, but otherwise I'm like, eh. Like when we would give gifts to my dad for his birthday growing up, we'd get him like ties, and he didn't wear the ties all the time, you know. Eventually he did, but eh. Your sister and I sent a text and we call it a day. There you go. True, I could get him some flowers. Now he's going to Reykjavik. What's the capital of Norway? Surely it's not Reykjavik. Where's he going? No, Finland. He's going to Finland. Let me see. Reykjavik's Iceland. Good call. What is the capital of Finland? Helsinki. Yeah. He's going to Helsinki. Oh, it's Oslo. I don't know. He's going to Finland to present a paper because he's like a doctorate. He's a doctor or something. He's smart. And I'm here playing video games. Yeah. Give gifts of experiences. See, something like that. That's the fun stuff, Trey. I'm with you 100%. Like you go out to a nice restaurant or you go out to somewhere cool. Yeah, that's my kind of ticket. How you doing, Nico? What's the capital of Finland, man? Is it Oslo? Is it Helsinki? Helsinki? Got it. Yeah. Well, say hi to my brother when you see him there, okay? Oh, I just realized his name is Venbrandt. Does he have Rio? No, he has no Rio. He's like a normie gamer. He plays like Madden and Civ. Yeah. He's not like us, guys. He's not like us. Biltif, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna be in Finland next month, so hopefully the weather's good. Hopefully. I feel like I've put in enough hours to get a PhD in WoW. I feel like. That's right, Dr. Healer. But yeah, plus side, I think I think they're paying for his flight, but they're not paying for his hotel. It's weird. Yeah. So they're like, yeah, come present a paper, but also good luck. At least an honorary degree, yeah. There we go. My Shaman Forgotten. It's purposely being sandbagged by Thune and the rest of the Shaman Mafia. Their lies and gaslighting have gone too far. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to do some dungeons. It was really hard, McFatty, to do dungeons on PTR or on Alpha. There were like not that many people, but it was looking better. I'm a big fan of Herald of the Sun and how it's designed, and like I healed some target dummies with it, you know. Yeah, but I think that Alpha comes back tomorrow, and so we're gonna try, assuming, you know, more people get invited and we can do more dungeons, then we'll like run through all the healers in all the builds. Yeah. But yes, I would say, assuming McFaddy tomorrow Alpha goes up, feel free to pester me like crazy for HPally content, because it's something I definitely want to do. Assuming it goes up tomorrow, I want to do HPally, then Prez, and then whatever else. Yeah. You always feel free? True. Or released like 3 nodes that weren't complete. Yep. Listen, man, I'll say it again. The only thing I care about is, as early as possible, I want every healer spec to have one hero talent that feels good to play. You love that I sat in the chair? Of course. Listen, if we killed the boss and then the boss has this cool ass chair, I am definitely gonna sit in the chair. I'm definitely gonna sit in the chair. I think I was taking Divine Star because I think Halo was like pulling stuff, but I couldn't tell. So, our HP and stats will be scaling. Yeah. So like your health is quadrupled going into next expansion. I wouldn't call it a rework, Fabre. A rework to me is like when everything changes or like you significantly change how you play. It's kind of like they got optimized. I don't know, whatever a good word is for it. Rework sounds like a lot of changes. They kind of like smoothed out how the talent tree looks and how it's sorted. They also gave it a lot of mobility because Monk needs mobility. They gave them more mobility. Socks and underwear is the greatest gift ever. So I actually don't really like having socks as gifts because then you struggle to match the socks. Underwear, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of having the same underwear. I still have like the underwear from when I was like 50 pounds heavier. And then I haven't really had any reason to change it because, you know, it's not like the underwear is not fitting me. But I really like coffee and spices as like regular gifts, you know, because my mom travels all the time. My mom travels a lot, and I'm like, bring back. She always wants to give gifts, and I'm like, I don't really want stuff. So I'm like, all right, just bring me like coffee and spices. That's been working out pretty good. Yeah. That's the other thing, Don, right? If you have like comfy underwear, I don't know. I have like Hanes stuff. I'm not going to show you my underwear. But I'm like, okay, this is good enough. But I've never gotten like primo underwear, right? So that's the thing. Like, gifts are great when it's something they specifically need. But like, the nice thing is with coffee or spices, it's like they can use it up, you know? They can use it up, and then like if it's good, great. If not, whatever, right? Can I have train tracks on them? I don't. They're actually like striped. Hang on. Oh, no, these are just blue. I had one. It was almost like tiger stripes, but it was like blue and black. Yeah. And one time a girl laughed at me because I had like tiger stripe blue and black underwear. And I was like, what's the big deal? You got like roses on yours. It was a long time ago. Yo, how you doing, Cree? I bet you would, SCP. I bet you would. No. My action bars kept getting wiped on PTR or alpha. So I just didn't put a lot of abilities on my bars. Oh my god. Tettles with the 53 months. You know, I just used your emote the other day. I just used the cowboy emote the other day. Thanks, big dog. I was. This is footage of me testing out the Voidweaver hero talents. Yeah. Wait, do you have new emotes? I have the, like, 7TV plugin thing that also, like, suppresses all of my channel emotes for other people. It's weird. Dude, Voidweaver feels sick. Big fan. I am not a fan of Oracle, though. Oh my god. Wowhead with the raid. Oh my goodness. Welcome, welcome, welcome in, Raiders. My god. Thank you, Tettles. Thank you, wowhead.com. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much, dude. Shout out to Wowhead. Have you guys followed Wowhead? Not raid. I was about to raid you guys back. Where is it? Shout out Wowhead. Bam. Have you guys not followed Wowhead on twitch.tv? You know they're doing regular news with Tettles as host? Yeah? Oh, you didn't know about that? Well, they are. So every time they're having data mining and information and extra updates going on, it's Tettles with guests. Sometimes me, sometimes other people. Hell yeah. Thank you, dude. And also shout out. Can I do back-to-back shout outs? Can I do shout out Tettles? I have to wait a minute and a half before giving another shout out. Dang. All right. Try to do shout out Tettles as well. But just click Tettles' name in Twitch chat and then go follow Tettles. See? Easy game. What was your YouTube video today, Tettles? What did you choose to post about? Oh, you posted twice. Everything in alpha and then balanced druid war then changes. Nice. I'm doing my priest video tomorrow. Yeah. Priest video tomorrow. We have like a maybe, possibly this is the tier set appearance. Where is it? Foist. We think that this is what it is, but not anything confirmed. I tested 2 dungeons, 3 delves, 1 zone. Yeah. Gonna cover the interview stuff tomorrow. Nice. You know? Wait, you know? Then why did you ask? What the heck? Kawa? Dude? Waiting for article? Why'd you ask me? Oh, man. Alright, I got you. Alright, just a prank, bro. I got you. I think we believe this is what it's gonna be. So I'm hopeful. I am liquid hopeful about it, or liquid echo about it. Echo hopeful about it. God, why couldn't you just join liquid, man? So messed up. Anywho, yeah, we believe this is what the tier set's gonna be. We were talking earlier about the arachnophobia stuff, which is pretty sick. I didn't get to find. I kept looking for a location to like have a lot of arachnids together to transform all of them, and I couldn't find one. And then I just got distracted doing other things. So, what can you do? But yeah, these are the 2 different dungeons. It was the Rookery and the Cinderbrew Meadery. They were the dungeons I got to test and experiment with. But they're really fun. They're really, really fun. They're like cool dungeons. The frontal projections were not quite there, you know, but yeah. It was good content. Why are they cool? I think the Rookery is cool because there's nice, like, scenic... There's, like, a scenic route where it's not quite RP, but it's like, okay, you get on the bird and then you go fly to the next location kind of thing. And so you always have the same amount of time as you travel from A to B, which is good. But you also get the time to, like, look around and experience it. Both of them have hallways that are actually decently wide, and so they're not going to screw you over with Spiteful or Sanguine. And they have, like, little corners that you can use line of sight very easily on, so you can do larger pulls if you can, or if you want to. It's much, much better than Oldemon, Tol Dagor, all those like narrow hallway kind of environments. The Rookery, you go from like a terrace into the Rookery, and then down to the bottom floor, and then down into the basement. And so you kind of travel over a lot of the environment in the process, and there's a decent amount to explore as you're doing it. Whereas the Meadery, is kind of like if you ever look at like a highway, like the inner loops on the highway as they kind of loop around each other. That's kind of how the meadery is. So you go like into the atrium, the main room, and then you kind of loop into one side room, and then it takes you into the next side room, and then it takes you up to the boss. It's just well routed, and none of the areas feel like they're claustrophobic, you know? Cloverleafy, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I mean, you have a meadery boss called IPA. You're riding bees to get up to the last boss fight. You have to fight a bartender, and then he goes immune, and you need to serve drinks to his patrons in order to break his shields. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They're like small flights and elevators that are always the same time no matter what. It gives you a second to like take a drink, take a breather, and there's no way to speed it up. There's no way to cheese it, at least that we know of. And you just go do it, you know? Much better than waiting for the RP before you walk through a portal and then you walk some more, you know? Yeah. Because, like, if you think about it in Dawn of the Infinite, nobody really complains about the portals where you turn into a dragon and then you fly to another platform. They complain on waiting for gates to open or waiting for portals to open. That's the stuff that's annoying. So it's like there's RP, but it's actually just not annoying RP, right? Like Blackrook waiting for the door to open. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, oh, you're flying around. You get to do stuff. Yeah, it's actually quite nice. None of the bosses feel like they have any really super annoying mechanics. There's a couple of like potential one-shot mechanics that'll be there in like higher M+, but it's like, oh, you have to go kill this thing before it explodes, right? Oh, there's really well telegraphed beams. Like these are really easy to track and really easy to see. That's right. When you're actually like moving and it feels like you're progressing forward, Rums. That's the way I view it. Yeah. Unless it's the Kyrian flights. Yeah, those things take forever. Those things take forever. Although I didn't get to see what the graveyards were looking like. Yeah, maybe those suck. Maybe. That's how the version of Oracle works? Yes. It's off GCD. Every GCD ability will change it to another buff. The buffs are pretty imbalanced. And honestly, not super fun. Especially when they're on a 1-minute cooldown. I'd actually prefer it if they were stronger but longer cooldowns. It's like more cognitive load for a weak reward. And it's just there all the time. I was thinking like a 2 or 3 minute CD crystal, personally. I was thinking like a long cooldown, but like powerful, you know? Holy could tie it up with, you know, Salve or him or whatever. Yeah. And then occasionally, yeah, you get your extra bonus charge or something along those lines. Yeah. I don't know. I think the only bright spot of the Oracle tree is that you get to use Powered Life at a higher threshold. Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, they claimed in their interview that they would work to make sure that Disc wasn't incentivized to cast Palm and Holy wasn't incentivized to cast Shield, and we'll see, right? But yeah. Big ol' we'll see. Oh, I agree, Crystal. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, they claimed that that would not be the case, but they could always just forget, and then, yeah. Yeah. I'm like, as best I can, I'm trying to look ahead as to like what they're going to do next. But yes, there's many times where they're just like, oh, whoopsie, that's just how it works. Smile. And don't forget, you're going to be prepping in advance. Don't forget to prep your Prayer of Mendings before the boss fight starts, so that way you're going to be able to get all the stacks you need at the right time. Woo! Guys, don't pull the boss yet. I need to stack up to 14 stacks of Prayer of Mending before the boss fight begins. Woo! Yep. Yep. Sepulchre was great for the mental. Oh, yeah, buddy. See, I feel like... yeah. I feel like it's going to be FC and pop stacks again. Yep. Lordy. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna see how that goes. The Void Weaver visuals are sick. I think even after they like balance it out, it's still gonna be fun to play and useful and interesting. Like, I'm excited about it. That's the thing. It's like if the game went live today, and I know it's just alpha and so much is gonna change, but if the game went live today, I would feel totally fine as a Disc Priest. Obviously, I'm hoping Oracle has something good, right? But like, I would just be like, please, just let me run. Just let me run Void Weaver. I don't care if Oracle sucks for a while. Not worried about it. Make it eventually good in Season 2, you know? There's certainly a chance that it's going to be good before then, but all I want is one hero talent per spec that feels good to enter into the expansion. I imagine, dog, they're going to get rid of those. We'll see. Yeah. Look at, like, imagine how much better the Shadowlands dungeons are going to feel. Imagine how much better they're going to feel when you don't have to have Covenant buffs. You want to try healing out and be new to it? Any tips? Exclamation point guides has all my guide content if you're interested in Priest, but otherwise, you know, go forth and experiment. Right? Your cooldown on Mind Blast like 25 seconds. So you have it up pretty frequently, especially in dungeons. Running through the sand orbs in Dawn is annoying. I think it's kind of funny. Yeah. They add nice things in the missing buttons. I'm fine having that tree just be Velen's. I don't even know what they would add for the extra buttons, to be honest. I don't know if you were here for it, Crystal, but they talked about there's a Q&A, and they were like, somebody asked in the Q&A, they're like, oh, you ever thought about like retrying Oracle with more support focus again? And then they were like, no, you guys said you hated it. And I was like, damn right we did. I was like busting out laughing. There wasn't too much to like make breaking news. I think Wowhead might have covered the good tidbits, but that part had me in stitches. Yeah, they wouldn't let us record it. They wouldn't let us record it, but Wowhead might have gotten the notes or something. What was out the window? I think somebody was like dragging something along the pavement to like toss in the dumpster. And it was like making some kind of sound. I'd imagine, Knucklehead, that it would not have the like Covenant requirement. Because like how would you set that up, right? But who knows? Probably a body. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past him. Some sketch sounds late at night I've been having in my neighborhood. Hi, Dan Sebastian. Man, I had a time, like, I don't know. It had to be like midnight or 1 in the morning or something. And then I saw like a pickup truck pull up and like go through the dumpster. It's weird. I think I had like 20-something% haste, Crystal, throughout this. Something like that. I don't remember if I actually showed my character in this at all. Oh yeah, it, like wiped out my bars at the beginning. Do I hit the C button? At any point here? I'm sure I do it some other time. Yeah, I'll confirm before, or I'll confirm probably tomorrow. But anyway. What was I gonna say? There we go. Thank goodness. New Void Weaver ability. Does it incentivize staying in melee? I don't think so. I mean, maybe you get like an extra tick out of the rift or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like traveling like just behind you into the target, so I guess, but I don't think it would be. I guess I'd really want to see it from a distance, because yeah, you could lose like a second or two of uptime. The rift ticks don't hit too hard, but it hits obviously for a lot of healing when it's hitting a huge amount of targets. So. It is AoE Atonement, but I doubt it's going to be there forever. I don't know why they did the expiation nerf. Big damn. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, if you... Wait a minute. So, actually, watch this again, Crystal. Okay. And Mind Blast, right? And then it just appears. It appears like a foot or two away. You see that? So I don't think you need to be in melee. Yeah. Good question, though. I'm not a huge fan of Oracle, Callie. Yeah. Basically, it's like every GCD ability you hit, every GCD ability that you hit will shift the buff. The Piety, the Velen's buff is like really, really powerful. The other ones, less so. Also walked into... These guys are not part of the boss fight, unfortunately. Just testing. Every global always change the buff? Yes. Unless you talent into the double charge thing, right? But, like, I tested it with Fade, and I think I tested it with Desperate Prayer, and neither of those off GCD abilities changed your buff. So I think it's only on GCD abilities.
Smiled.
Hey, Dursat, thank you so much for the Prime and the 15 months. Yeah. Yep, it's very annoying. It's very annoying. I don't know, maybe I'll see if Wowhead will let me do another write-up or something like that on it. I'm totally down to dunk on it some more. Biggest thing, like, as long as we walk into the expansion with one thing that's good, though. Okay? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Hopes and prayers. I got mighty amounts of hopes and prayers. Like, the second that Archon gets revealed, we're gonna, like, make videos, like shout from the rooftops if it's good or bad. Like, the way I view it is if Archon's bad for Holy Priest, we need to sound like the 5-alarm fire, like everything of like, please change this, make this good, you know? Yeah. I think Disc looks good. I think the Holy Priest tree looks good. Yeah, like playing with it, I was like, okay, yeah, you get like Velens, or like you get 15 seconds off Holy Words, like, bleh. You know, like Holy Priest has the gameplay space to manage the buffs, but also the buffs don't feel that good for the work, you know? Disc feels great. Mistweaver, I really love Conduit of the Celestials. It's like another powerful cooldown that you have on hand. So you kind of always have something for every situation, which is sick. But I also really liked how you flipped between different Celestials and how they assist you. I think that's just cool. Yeah, I just think that's like an interesting thematic vibe that you get into the equation. And I really like how it synergizes with the fist weaving playstyle. So, yeah. I'm a big fan. Big fan of it. Nothing out heals the Holy Priest, but everything out damages it. I feel like that's the lore kind of vibe to it, yeah. When you activate one of the 3 buffs, you should get a different color rune under your feet. Oh, that's crazy. What if it also buffs only certain spells? Oh, dude, it's so early, RFL. It's so early, man. Who knows? Only 1 for Shaman. Yeah. Everything will be scaled down. I think they're doing that for Midnight, where they're doing a... I think during the Midnight expansions, they're doing a stat squish, I want to say. And that's the thing, is like later talent releases don't mean that they're going to be worse, you know? Like Voidweaver just released and it's sick. How you doing, Dracthyr? Stat squish with every expansion would be fine. Numbers that go up into millions is weird. I'm honestly so indifferent. I'll be honest. I don't. It doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, I don't show the numbers for healing. Like this stuff I don't show in my base UI. And so all I would see the difference would be in like details, right? Yeah. And I'm like, oh cool, after the fact I did more healing than somebody else, you know? I see the bar, not really the numbers. Some weird enjoyment out of the large number despite it all being relative and not mattering overall. I feel like that's what is that guy's name? He was on like Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? You know, it was like the joke of like you might be a redneck, but it's like the joke of like you might be a DPS player. Jeff Foxworthy, yeah. If you're like, gosh, I just really see that enjoyment out of this, and like, well, you might be a DPS player. I don't know if Entropic Rift is expanded by uppies, but the cap for the expansion is 8 bolts. So if you have a double radiance penance, then you already cap it anyway. I just said you might be, Shukio. You might be. Everybody's got a little bit of it in them, you know? Current power scaling in retail, you scale harder, and the power difference through gear seems much higher. I think it's too much. Yeah, I think healing is too fast. You push... I mean, I've been saying it since, I don't know, March or February of 23. I think that was like when I had the first video talking about it. But yeah, I mean, the faster you push up health pools, the faster they fall and the spikier the things get. You know? And so they quadrupled our health pool, which is good. The War Within, our health pools are like quadrupled.
Do we care about delves? Jak, please form my opinion for
Form
me.
my opinion? Oh, would you be interested in the delve gameplay that is pinned at the top of chat right now in the latest YouTube video? Thank you for the 22 months, AJ. I think they're fine. They're like playing it very safe so far with delves. Yeah. Let me use my powered life-saving tool on the guy that's about to get one shot at 70% HP. I know, right? I don't think the healer nerf stuff's too big of a deal. It's a weird way to indirectly buff Prez and Paladin and stuff. Like, I'm not even worried about it at all for Disc. Mistweaver had it coming. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're squishing numbers till next expansion. Sorry. What's up, Crystal? I'm waiting. Someone transfer nerfs, you get disappointed. Can somebody search Wowpedia and find out what the original Atonement transfer duration was in Legion? I think it was 60%, but I could be wrong. It's either like 60 or 50%. They probably should phase out Sins of the Many, to be honest. That doesn't really need to be a thing anymore with Atonement having its independent modifier for dungeons. So, I mean, they nerfed the other healers down as a way to, like, make everybody more equally. Eh. .7.0 Atonement was 50%. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been about a decade of we've nerfed Atonement from 50 to 45, from 45 to 40, from 40 to 35, like all the way down. My life has been nothing but nerfs. Yeah, I don't know. I just like shrug. Okay. There's a really good picture of an Echo Raider. I forget which Echo Raider it was, but he was like PvPing in Shadowlands to get gear, and it was like I shit you not, like 7 in the morning, and he just was like exhausted from all the farming, and he's smoking a cigarette at the computer, and he like leans like this with like hand, like cigarette in hand, then like leans on it, and he's just like, oh fuck. I gotta see if I can find that picture. But it's a great picture of like exhaustion. Not that. No. God damn it, KM. Void Weaver good? It's a real good 12. It's real good. Don't worry. You didn't miss my my video. It's up 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. But yeah. Basically, Mind Blast deploys a rift. Penance expands the rift and causes it to explode at the end of the rift's duration. And Smite becomes, watch this. Right here. Right here. Look at this. Bam! Little Void Blasts. That's Smite. It's pretty sick. Big fan, big fan. And then it explodes, and then it deals damage. You see those cosmic bolts? So it also follows. Here, I'll turn down the music again. So it follows the target that you hit it on with Mind Blast. So you can see it's going to follow the main target right here. You see the little puddle? Puddle's moving, puddle's moving, puddle's moving. And poof. This is when the circle detonates. Okay, and then you're going to see cosmic bolts fly up and then barrage enemies and do atonement healing. Okay, watch it. Pew, 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 pew. And it's based off how many penance bolts you send into it. It's sick. It's so good. It's so good. See, there's another one. Look at how frequently you get it. It's cool animations. It's cool gameplay. It's a natural successor to us not having as much Shadow Covenant uptime. So again, you're not going to have your Shadow Covenant uptime that we had from Season 3, Season 4. But instead, this buffs your Shadow spells and makes new Shadow spells out of your Smite. So now your Shadow Covenant feels stronger even though you don't have as much of it. Just gorgeous. Ugh. Ugh. That's right. You put it on a higher health mob. If the mob dies, then the rift doesn't move. I feel like TE is going off into the sunset because you don't have. I mean, you could Void Blast and then Purge the Wicked, right? But I think that talent might be donezo, which I'm fine with. Yeah. Why do they make Holy do so much damage? Listen, man, why does the tide go in and out? Nobody knows. He asked me to explain why Blizzard does what Blizzard does. I don't know these things. Nobody does. I think Void Blast is also still counting as a light spell crystal for Twilight Equilibrium. So, but I would imagine like when it actually works properly, that yeah, Twilight Equilibrium would just not be a thing because you don't have the abilities to alternate. A 50% chance that your tank kites the enemy away from the rift. That's why it's stuck to the primary target, the big guy. I put it on the brand ambassador. Yeah. I'm just like, I don't know. It's like, oh no, Twilight Equilibrium's gone. Oh jeez, you know. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah. Now they just need to make Expiation come back, okay? Now they just need to bring Expiation back. Yeah, you want to see some amazing Oracle gameplay? I got you, bro. Oh, whoops. That's my face. Sorry about that. I need to show you my face. Some people think they're always right. Here you go. Some Holy and Disc. I think Expiation's cooler than Twilight Equilibrium, personally. I like consuming a damage event for more upfront damage. I think it's sick. So new Oracle is personal buffs. You can see it right here at F1. Right here. And then you have a Velen's mechanic, which transfers over healing. You have Insight, which is a little time mechanic, which gives your next 3 abilities. Once you spend those 3 abilities, they have 5 seconds taken off their cooldowns. And then the angel-looking one. So right there is the clock. And then right here is the Solace one, which a single target takes additional healing. And you'd use that additional healing on your warlock named Kalamazi. Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, welcome in, gamers. If you guys have not already, be sure to make sure you follow Kalamazi with all of us. That would be fantastic. Welcome in, friends. Welcome in. How you doing, Grim? We are just going over some of the hero talents and some of the footage from our alpha. Is the types recycled? Yeah, it goes in like 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, 3. What, alpha? Yeah. Sorry, bestie. Was there actually anything new today for warlocks? I gotta send my brother his birthday present a month early. Hold up. Oh, shit. Wait. Was it as bad? Wait, Oracle? Oh, the Warlock one? Was it bad? Yeah. How do you even pay people with Apple Cash? Confirm with side button, double click to pay. I'm double clicking it. Oh, there's the side button. I see. Oh. There we go. I did it. All classes available for Mop Remix? Yeah, you can even do evokers and stuff. You can even do fun evokers. But yeah, basically with the Pandemonium Mop Remix, whatever, you make a character, and then you level that character through the Pandemonium stuff, and you can buy any of the transmogs or mounts or whatever from Mop, regardless of what you are. So if you're an evoker and you want to get some druid mogs, you can buy the druid mogs, learn them on that character, and then they're, account bound, right? And then at the end of the event, that character goes to your live account. So if you wanted a reason to level an evoker, you wanted a reason to level whatever, you can do that. And also, once that character gets transferred to live, you could also just delete the character if you don't want to do anything with it. I'm probably going to play Priest because I'm kind of interested in playing Priest in Mop and stuff. But I don't really care about having 2 Priests. In fact, that's one of the reasons I don't hardcore raid anymore. So, yeah. That's the thing, is I have the characters I want. How about 10 Priests? Yeah, no thank you. Dude, in Sepulchre, they were like, how would you like to have multiple priests? And I was like, no. No. And that was my last tier. That was my last tier doing that. Hey, listen, I'm in the Gamer Dad Guild. We finish between like 40 and 50 world. I got 1 main, 1 alt. Big chillin'. They let me cast. They let me do my thing. It's all I could ask for, Oh, Hive Mind has dynamic flight? That's insane. Oh, that's super exciting. Yeah. I love that. Yeah, I love my guild. It's a good crew. 5 accounts in Pentabox. You know who would do that, Crystal? Actually, you know the man who would do that. You used to raid with him, didn't you? I miss Sloot. I miss him. There are multiple suspects. There's one foremost in my mind. Dude, Sloot was king multi-boxer when I played with Future. I was like doing all my daily chores with him every day. THD, that's true. That's true. Did I ever tell you about THD in London during the Eternal Palace race? That was, of course, we're Method 1, right? And then Limit Liquid got second and stuff, right? And once Liquid got the kill, they're like, let's go out. We're in London. Let's go out and get drinks, right? THD stays behind, and he starts farming mana pearls. And we're like, don't you want to go out with the boys? And like, Chili's like, no, I'm just going to do mana pearls. Yep. Yeah, I play all the healers baits. I usually like main or play a lot of like 3 different healers a season. Whatever is like fun to me. Did Pre's Disintegrate hit multiple targets? Yeah, isn't that a hero talent? I think. Oracle looking strong. Is it? Is it though? Holy Priest is looking strong. I wouldn't say Oracle is. I don't know about all that. I think I was playing with the double talent stuff. And so I think right around here, you'll see at the bottom. Yeah, right around here, I activated Piety and Insight. Okay. And then I I hit a Shadow or Death, I think, and I hit it again, and then I have like 5 seconds of CD left on it, and then I hit a Penance, maybe? Penance? Nope. Wait, did I just burn it on a Feather? Hang on. Oh no, I hit it on Mind Blast. Hit it on a Shadow or Death. And then I hit it on another Shadow or Death, but it didn't count. Oh. That's dope. That is dope. Actually, the first Shadow or Death one didn't count. But yeah. Tee. I've been paying attention to War Within for now, because if I get hyped now, I get too impatient. Fair enough. Fair enough. I did Disc and Holy and Mistweaver, and then I set up stuff for Pally and Prez, but I couldn't actually get people to do dungeons with me because there's like 100-ish people invited and not that many tanks. Yeah, it is, Carvin. Are you the posters? Displates? That's right, I picked that up with my feet. Just thin metal. Sponsored? Dude, I wish. I wish. Nah, no sponsor. It's bold and brash. More like belongs in the trash. Yeah. Yeah, I had this one. This one over here. Which is kind of difficult to see, but trust me, bro. It's Cloud and Sora. Kingdom Hearts. Well, not Cloud from Kingdom Hearts, but you know what I mean. But I've had that one, I shit you not, for like 10 years or over 10 years. I've just added more into the equation afterwards. Yeah, starting from the back, I've got Neon Genesis Evangelion, Horde Symbol, Hard Work Beats Talent when talent doesn't work hard, Super Mario, Bold and Brash, Disenchantment, Ahsoka, Majora's Mask, Bender, Avatar, Star Fox, Kingdom Hearts, Zelda, Team Liquid, Race to World First, Healer logo, another Star Fox. I just thought this cat rising from the depths to eat a ship looked cool, and then Genji. Yeah. I also have the laser sword from Halo and some other stuff on the ground. Yeah. Didn't they nerf Genji again? Yeah, I do have I have the whiteboard off to the side. I just didn't like put it up. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed Evangelion. I don't really watch a lot of anime, but I really enjoy that one. Yeah, actually no Portal stuff. I should. My first experience with Portal was watching, God, I forget who it was. Maybe it was Rooster Teeth or something doing Let's Plays of Portal. Maybe it was Tobuscus or something. I use the 3M command strips. Yeah, don't use the magnets. The magnets suck. I want to be able to use the magnets because then you can take some down and put new ones up, right? Whereas the 3Ms just keep it stuck to the wall until it's time to remove it. But I think it's a fair trade-off. Because yeah, them falling, I had them fall off my wall late at night in my old apartment and then like damage the floor. And I was like, whatever. Yeah. I mean, they are the Velcro command strips, but like the way they peel off and pull them on, it doesn't stick the same if you take them off and put new ones on. Like, you can, but they don't stick too well. Yeah. Man strips on the magnet instead and using the magnet to keep poster up. Hey, listen, man. Modern problems require modern solutions. I do have unspent talent points. That was a little alpha bug. Just a little alpha bug. Companion Cube plush from the Valve store and a few Aperture Science t-shirts. Nice. Do you work in a lab, though? Hell yeah. All right. Functions, maybe Hopel. Yeah. I saw Equinox was pretty happy about Windwalker. And okay, so I saw Clash was added to the class tree, and I wanted to tell Equinox so bad, but the NDA was like, hey, don't talk about it until this date, this time. And so I scheduled a tweet for like 2 minutes after the embargo ended, and I was like, at Equinox, Clash is back. Okay? Because back in Shadowlands, I think is when we last had Clash. And I swear, Equinox is the only Brewmaster I ever saw use the ability, much less use the ability well. And so I was like, he's gonna fucking love this. He's gonna love this. So, yeah. It's just such a good ability. 30-second cooldown, you mass root everything. Like, god damn. Void Weaver looks sick, Grimmy. Void Weaver looks sick. It is fantastic. It is fantastic, man. They're probably going to have some nerfs for it because some things are way overpowered, but like even assuming they nerf the things that are overpowered, it's still going to be sick. Like I'm thrilled. I am very, very pleased with what they're doing. This actually is a raw VOD, Talga. It's not my YouTube content. But that's not a bad idea. I could just do a little early release and, you know, like roll out the TV like in grade school, you know? Yep, still have PI. Still have PI. If we go earlier in the VOD. If you look right at the F1, the top left corner of my action bars, that is the cycling Oracle buff. And that Oracle buff alternates between this light angel thing, which increases single target, or increases the healing received of whoever you cast it on, or the single target heal. You have another one, which is like a piety buff, a Velen's buff, where it redirects overheal. And then this time one reduces the cooldown of the next 3 abilities you cast. So when you see that, then I collect buff. And right here, I think I activate it. We'll see. Yep, right here, I activate the ability. Shit. Oh, wait 10 seconds. Oh, what a good question, Talga. Why don't I use the footage that I got from Alpha to be able to help answer it? So I activate ability. Then I hit Chastise. Then I hit Holy Fire. And Holy Fire again. And then I hit Holy Fire again. Because of all the cooldown reduction. So, the issue with Oracle is that the ability, or the buff balance is bad. And even if the buff ability balance was good, it's a lot to manage so that you're cycling between all these abilities for every GCD that you hit. Like, just look at the top left corner of my action bars. Every single ability that you're hitting cycles the buff, and then you have to catch it at the right time to get the buff that you want for just kind of a mid buff. Oh boy, 5% extra healing, and then half my overhealing gets redirected. Yeah, okay. Every single minute. So. How many times have Bree complained about the threat? None. 0. Dude, we have tally tanking. How often do you think they'd complain about threat with tally tanking? Void Weaver feels insane, Sinex. Fantastic. Lovely. Oracle, bleh. The base class trees for Disc and Holy are good, though. Smart Overhealing is pretty sick. Yeah. Other one for Holy Priest is called Archon, and it is not available for testing yet. Yep. Just Valens, everything else is irrelevant. Yep. I mean, I'm operating under the assumption, and the video I post tomorrow is going to operate under the assumption that they're either going to make the Valens buff worse or the other buffs better to balance it. Because otherwise, yeah, you're just going to ignore one of the entire talent nodes along the way. But, yeah. How did I change the Drain Eye self-heal? Isn't it just like a hot? Does it need to be changed? This is a gorgeous dungeon, yeah. Protoss, you scream power overwhelming and you win. And then you poof when your shields break. So. It's good only to buff Holy Fire? No, not really. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a racial heal, right? Racials are usually not that strong. Unless they're stupid OP. Like Dwarf. Or Night Elf. God, remember the Protoss expansion for StarCraft and how sick the cinematic was? Good times, man. Good times. Starting to play tanks and the alpha stuff dropped and they literally changed the stuff I hated about Mistweaver and Druid. Yeah. Well, if you want to play something next season, both Shadow and VDH are going to be good. Yeah. So, I got the buff coming back again for Oracle, by the way. I got the buff coming back again, and we'll see what I use it on. Maybe I'm, like, only using it for cooldown reduction or something. I'm actually not sure. Tried to grip him here. I don't know why it didn't work. The pylon takes the exact same amount of time it takes to appear in game. Hell yeah. I think this is where I play Disc Oracle. Archon tree will have Archon's boon. What, like Boon of the Ascended stuff? Nah. Nope. Not sure what they're gonna add though. I'm sure that they know what they want to add. You would be incentivized to hit Prayer of Mending. And I hope that that doesn't make it to live, but yeah, at the moment you would be. Yeah. Shadow, you log in about 2 hours. There you go. Yeah, Oracle, quite yucky. Yeah. Yeah, it's just really, really icky. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Wowhead if I could write an article for him or something. That's right. Listen, man, if we have one, all it takes is one good one. Right now, Night Elf, next season, Dwarf, Goblin for raids, things like that, Celtic. Mobility, escaping mechanics, stuff like that. Yeah. I'm amazed that they have still not changed Meld at this point. Yeah. Who knows, dude? Who knows the great, wide motivations of Blizzard Entertainment? Certainly not I. Yeah, honestly, at this rate, they might as well bring back Belf AoE Silence. Dracthyr class is getting expanded so if they can be Priest, Goblin dies. I mean, I would have to imagine the tail swipe stuff gets rolled into the tree. I mean, because that would just be insane to be a Priest with a knockback and a knock up. But otherwise, you're not getting any other mobility out of just being an Evoker, right? Or Dracthyr, right? The double jump, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess I guess the glide, yeah, would be better. Give Dracthyr battle res. Dude, give every healer battle res. Come on, it's about time. Literally, they gave Holy Pally battle res, and nobody said anything. They were like, "Oh, cool. Nothing bad happened." Yeah. As long as I don't have to be a scaly, I don't have to be in scaly form when I'm casting spells, then I'm happy. Dude, I miss Shining Force as well. You ever do Argus progression? Or no, Agrimar progression, excuse me. Dude, did you ever do Mythic Agrimar progression and your Blood DK mass grips all of these little flames together into a pile and then you cast Shining Force off of them and knock them into Egypt? Oh, that was great. Oh, man. When people learned that you could cast a knockback off another player, oh, so good. No. I say I wish, Slack. I wish. Visage form in combat when not playing Evoker Dracthyr? Hell yeah. Honestly, I wish no healers had kicks. I'll be honest. I wish no healers had kicks. Kicks are a DPS thing. Yeah, apparently they changed him. Next. Apparently they're changing him. You guys want to see the zone? Yeah, Alpha was open for like 2 days. There was 3 delves to do, 2 dungeons to do, and 1 zone. Blood Elf's going Dracthyr then. I mean, it would be pretty sick. You'd effectively be a Blood Elf, right? Either having interrupts makes more work for healers. We already an overload healer, do DPS healer, CC mobs. Healer 1 heal, please. Healer interrupts. Yep. Why do complicated thing when you can do simple thing? Okay, here's where I like explore the city and everything. They only had drakes for us to ride around on too, unfortunately. There's like a big hole in this city, which like takes you down into the depths and stuff. And then it kicked me out when I tried to go down there. There were a couple different times where I tried to like get out of bounds, and they kept it locked down. Yeah. Kind of like Orbos. Yeah. Except it's supposed to be more like Zascara. No, not Zascara. Zarla Caverns, where like you fly down and then it naturally transitions instead of like a loading screen the way Orbos did it. It's supposed to be one of those like natural transition into the next zone kind of things. That's I think what their goal is going to be. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I said it earlier in the stream, but I've been into like 5 or 6 alphas over the years, and this one's like much later, by the way. It's much later than most alphas, because most alphas are like 10 months before an expansion launches or something like that, and they've been moving it earlier and earlier. It's a little more polished in some areas where you can't just go, they don't let you go everywhere, they don't show you the like unfinished assets, and then like the 5 polygons holding a continent together. They don't have that stuff. At least not that I was able to get into. And it's about the same amount of content. Usually it's just like a couple dungeons, a zone. They try to like focus everybody's attention. Like, just quest in this area. Okay, you did that, just go quest in that area, right? So, it was pretty par for the course. Season 4 goes live on Tuesday, yeah, 23rd. Yep. But the Dornagal, it's like the Isle of Dorn, and the capital city is called Dornagal. The inns are pretty cool. I'm not quite sure what the like central hangout spot is. I guess it's gonna be right out here. How you doing, Eggplant? Oh, I wonder if this is where I show the vendor. There's a Delve vendor right here. This is the Delver's headquarters. And let's see. If you talk to Murgleton, he has all the stuff. Let me see. I think I go through it right here. Come on, talk to him. Talk to him. Yeah. So this is the vendor for the Delves, and then I think I go through a lot of the transmogs. Hey, Nessie. Look at these coffee. Just gaze upon them.
60 months woo.
Woo! How you been? Thank you for the 60 months in the tier 2. Oh, I'm in the way. Shit. You right. Whoop. Almost a decade, Celtic. But yeah, they have cool stuff. Basically, once you complete a delve, Once you complete a delve, you have all these cool things you can buy. I have been showing it all day, Eggplant. I have a video as well on YouTube tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. Yep. Yeah, there's also just more in the VOD and stuff. Really happy with Disc. Don't like Oracle. Oracle is stinky. Yeah, new Illyria model's great. I'm kind of surprised they removed the Adaptive Swarm, but I'm kind of okay with it because it was an additional button that you had to hit a lot. It just required like a lot of activity time. And so I'm kind of fine with them doing that. How puzzle oriented? Not much. Not much. I have a video, it's pinned to the top of chat if you guys want to give it a look. But that was one of my main complaints is I wanted puzzles. I want there to be like hidden walls opening up if you complete puzzles and all kinds of stuff like that, right? Yeah. But like I said, the video's on YouTube. I'll have a video up first thing tomorrow talking about Oracle and Voidweaver, but the TLDR, Oracle buffs are now personal, and they're pretty poorly balanced, which isn't too much of a surprise. But they're not that fun to play around. Just not really that fun to play around. So fingers crossed for, I don't know, maybe more changes. We'll see. Voidweaver stuff is insanely fun though. Big fan. Yeah. You mean the disc one coffee, right? Was arachnophobia that big of a deal? I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's kind of funny. I imagine it was probably not hard to implement, okay? Because if they have like 10 different versions of spider, right? You just got to find 10 different versions of crab, you know, Control A, Control V, right? I don't know if that's how game dev works, but, you know, click button, A gets replaced with M, B gets replaced with N, C gets replaced with O, right? Whatever, down the alphabet, right? This then becomes that thing. Yeah. I don't know. It was probably like leadership was in a meeting and they're like, we're doing spiders. And then somebody's like, I hate spiders. This sounds terrible. And they're like, well, fuck it. We'll have like one of the drones do an arachnophobia mode. I don't know. A equals Q. Yeah, just like all the way down, right? But you know what I mean. It's also just, I don't know, good PR. If they're like, hey, we've made more accessibility modes, you know, whether or not, yeah, it's the thing. It's like you get the wins for intent, not impact. No Life Sitting figures out which model makes the run 0.2% easier. Oh, I can't wait. Last node is a big problem for Ray Disc, unless I'm getting 10-1 rotation degeneracy vibes. Make the duration shorter, and then you don't have that problem balance. I don't know. I think that's like something that can be solved with like numbers tuning duration, like make the duration a little shorter, make it, you know, substantially longer. I don't know. Make it so that Shadow or Death procs it early. Right? Something like that. I think it's like a very solvable problem. You know what I mean? Yeah. But otherwise, I'm like, yay, this shit's great. Like, great for dungeons, too. Yeah. Really, really great for dungeons. You're afraid of gnomes? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Jump scarophobia? Yeah, seriously. All the gnomes into ducks. There we go. How important's delves? You could put it on like the easiest mode and go through all the stuff that you're forced to do, and then I don't think you really have to do it that much anymore afterwards. Like, it's a good alternative to get gear. It's a good alternative to get gear and stuff, but otherwise... Oh yeah, this is where I see Tettles. This is where I see Tettles, and he doesn't know who I am. So I hit the random name generator, and he and I talk for a little bit. I don't know if I even told Tettles that. Pretty sure I didn't. Is Tettles still here? He probably knew. I'm pretty sure he knows it was me. They're an alternative to M+ and Raid, not something you need to do in addition. Yeah. It's also nice because you get to use them for vault rewards. So it could be pretty good for like gearing and alt. Especially because as you do delves, you level up your companion, which is Bran, right? So you level up Bran, but it's also account-bound leveling Brand. And so, like, when you're gearing up an alt or something, then that alt is going to be able to, oh, what is it? That alt is going to be able to have a much, much easier time going through it, because, you know, your leveled up, beefed up brand is going to be able to kill everything for you. With possible talons? I don't know, man. It's an alpha. I don't know. I don't have builds. I don't have. What do you think? We have tier lists and builds? Yeah, that's what I just said, Slack. Yeah. I was like just saying that as you level Bran on your main account, it's account bound, and so your alts are gonna have an easier time because Bran's gonna be all beefy. Changes to the changes will get changes before this even goes live. And even then, it might change a little bit, too. Yeah. Yep, should be quite sick. Yeah, I think it's like mid heroic level or like late normal level or something like that with your gear. So it'll be sick for the cosmetics. I just hope that they give you enough cosmetics to like make it worth the like the long-term grind or whatever, you know. 1 point per level on hero talents. Yeah, something like that. You're eventually going to get all of the talent points when you hit max level. By the time that you're max level, you get all the talents. There's just going to be like some choice nodes. You have to choose between A or B. Yeah. The expansion NDA lifting news dump needs to happen more often. When will they do it for like PTRs? I mean, they kind of happen whenever PTRs happen, if you think about it. Expansion every month? Dude, me too. Me too. Only for alpha you get all the hero talent points? Okay, now I'm confused. When you hit max level, you're going to have all of the talent points for hero talents. As we're leveling, there was an option I could flick on to have all of the hero talents, but it nerfed my damage. That's the debuff that you see that I have. Yeah. Mythic raid gear from Delves? I wish. It's like mid-heroic level or something like that. Yeah. So there's an option where you can turn on, for alpha and for beta, all the hero talent points. Even though you're not max level. Yeah, it's just the usual, like, template character kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Onyx ring? Nope. No borrowed power besides tier sets. Yeah. What healer now after the nerfs? Probably druid for keys, yeah. I don't know, I actually don't think that the nerfs actually changed my, like, M+ video that I made the other day too much. Honestly, I think I'm going to be playing Prez as my third character next season. I think I'm going to do Priest, Monk, Prez. Yeah. I think that's my plan. Oh yeah, I'm not even worried about Disc at all. I'm actually not even worried about Disc one bit. Mr. Remain, you don't think you'll like it? What's not to like about a 13% healer nerf? Oh yeah, the meeting stones are checkpoints. They're like respawn points. H-Pally, it always seems broken at some point in the X-Pack for 1 or 2 seasons. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think that they're still, like, needing a rework for Holy Paladins. Pretty desperately. What is the shield? It is like an immunity shield that you pick. It's like a Torghast power. Yeah, it's like a Torghast power that you pick up along the way. There were a couple of Torghast powers you had for Delves, but not really that many. Not nearly as many as I was expecting. I think I picked up maybe like 3 or 4 across the entirety of the Delve. But yeah, that one like makes you immune for like a full minute or so. Yeah. Let me run to the bathroom quick. 1 sec. All right. Why no crab filter? I know. I should have had the crab filter on. Yeah, the map wasn't like fully filled out, which happens all the time in alpha. It's like always how they do it. They have the artistry or whatever. Phobia against bad balance. Huh. Might be SOL on that one, man. Yeah, you might be SOL on that one. You hate to see it. You really, really hate to see it. Yeah, you have all the fun fungal people and everything you get to kill off. Stop talking about Oracle, no! Oh, God, tell me about it. Don't worry, I think I've bitched and moaned sufficiently about Oracle. And then we'll have it as well for the video tomorrow, and we'll be in good shape. The Lycan King, yeah. Oh, man. That was a good quest. That's the thing is, like, even though it was shitty that you had to be out doing world quests all the time, it was nice having a reason to explore the world. You get to see all those things. I feel like I barely explored the world in Dragonflight because I didn't really have any, like, purpose to do it, you know? Oh yeah, do you guys see the thing about RBGs getting removed? And then now it's like a solo queue RPG adventure thing. And I guess they're gonna keep solo queue for the other thing too, aren't they? I think they're keeping solo queue, whatchamacallit? Yeah, solo shuffle. Solar Pally content available? It was. I just wasn't able to get that many dungeons done. So I think Alpha's going to be up tomorrow. So Solar Pally and Flame Prez Evoker are like top of my list to test. And we'll do videos and coverage and all the things. Yeah, this actually is a very, very beautiful environment. It's nice to be like out in the open and lots of beaches and things like that. And then we're gonna go down into the depths of the earth. I want to see. I think it's called Hollowfall, which has like the big ass crystal in it, as like the sky drop or the skybox. Priest video tomorrow. Hopefully Monk the day after. Yeah, and then I'll try to crank him out as fast as I can for. As fast as my editor can get them back to me as well. Down Under not being Australia. Love the open and not the caves. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of more cave gameplay, unfortunately. Yeah, what can you do, man? This is kind of a cool, like, crystal-y area. I have a problem due to the crystal that acts like a sun. That's only in one of the zones, because there is going to be, like, a whole big-ass spider zone that should be like more dark and cavey, because you're gonna have, I think it's 5 zones. You have one that's the island, you have a spider zone, you have Hollowfall, which has a big ass crystal which acts as a sun. You have like machinery and like, it's like machinery and industry, and there's like fire and lava and stuff there. Vic, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in. They at least like acknowledge that in the WoWcast, that they didn't want people to feel like constricted, you know? They didn't want people to feel claustrophobic or anything like that. Yeah, we got some early access. So we get to fly around and just showing off all the footage. Isle of Dorn, Ring Deeps, Hollowfall, and Ashket. Okay, so yeah. Island, industry, cave with bright lights, actual scary spider zone. So yeah, just 4. Just 4. Did I snitch? I did. Sorry. That's the video that's going up tomorrow, man. I had to do it to him. I had to. Yeah, just going through all the quests. Pre-killed. Yep, even if they do nerf it, it's still gonna be sick. I'm excited. The leveling? We only got to do one zone. Yeah. We didn't do like the entirety of it. So they opened up one zone, 2 dungeons, 3 delves. That was it. So what they want is like, hey, go level through the first zone. Okay, give us feedback. And then they'll unlock the next zone. Okay, give us feedback. Then they unlock the next one and next one, next one. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have to imagine, though, that leveling would be pretty chill. They usually don't make leveling too difficult or anything like that. Profession side could charge 50k for a lariat. It's impossible for broke players to get crafting gear. Yeah. Yeah. I think what they're doing, though, is like they're making it so that NPCs are going to have crafting orders of their own. So that way people can level through the crafting order system better. And then other people can make the lariats or whatever it is. And then they can compete with the prices. And then that'll drive prices down. Yeah. That's their idea. But if there's a rare drop chance for a lariat again, doesn't matter if your professions are fully leveled. If you just don't actually have the drop, then yeah, then prices are going to be gouging. Yep. You're going to tell us how we get dinars? That is actually very true. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they will. They should, though. Yeah. Yeah, this is all me. This is all my gameplay. Whoop, that's me. See? Pushing buttons and stuff. Yeah, I just did like the random name generator thing. First impressions, the hero talent system. I think they've shown that they can do it well, and that's really encouraging. I think the best hero talents are the ones that transform your abilities into new things and new ways to play. Those are the most encouraging ones for me. So it's like they can do them right. Later, Helios. They've proven that they can do it right, which surpassed my expectations, I'll be honest. I was really doomer about the hero talent system when I didn't know what they were. But I've been pretty impressed with Void Weaver. I like Flame Shaper Evoker a lot. I like Herald of the Sun a lot. I like... What was the other one? Wildstalker Druid. The shapeshift kitty weaving one. I like that one too. Yeah. Yeah, you funny. Watching it looks like a little bit of Shadowlands. I mean, government abilities were similar in the talents of them. I don't think so. Shadowlands abilities were more powerful and more restrictive. And these are like largely slight power-ups. I kind of hope Melee Wings is not the best thing, but we'll see. I'll try to test it some more tomorrow. I think Alpha's supposed to go up tomorrow. I don't know when, but yeah. Basically, we were on server A for the press event, and then they're shutting down that server, and then they're putting up like public alpha It's tomorrow. So, like, you're talking about Avenging Crusader, like your Judgment and Crusader Strike heal and stuff? No. If I wanted to, like, damage to heal, I just play Disc, you know? I don't want every healer to feel like Disc. I want Discs to feel like Disc, and I want other healers to feel like other healers, you know? Oh, absolutely, Brendan. Yeah, tomorrow, new video on hero talents for Holy and Disc. Day after that, probably Mistweaver stuff. And then we also have some videos we got to cook up for Season 4 as well for our guides and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think like Mistweaver, Fistweaver stuff, and Disc is like plenty for damage to healing things. Everyone that will get it already knows. I actually don't think so. I actually don't think so. They usually are inviting a lot of people to Alpha and stuff. And I don't think Alpha's going to last very long either. And then before you know it, Beta will be on. Yeah. So you never know. If you do get access, make sure you're using the report function and stuff. Because they want people that are going to test their content, you know? They want people who are going to send in feedback, report bugs, make their lives, their jobs easier, all of that, you know? 100%. Good evening, Blackfoot. How you doing? For every pixel? Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, I really like this environment. This is nice. Five minutes of Warlock content logged out. Yeah, I mean, Callow was feeling kind of bad because he didn't get access, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him. It's unfortunate that somebody who does WoW content for a living did not get invited, and then people who don't do it for a living did get invited. Like, yeah. I don't know. And it honestly is just like, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Not trying to like gatekeep people, but like, you know, it's people who have, especially for a long time, provided like class coverage and guide coverage and content and everything like that. Yeah. Get it, you rub it in. It's what friends do. He's going through plenty, okay? And he was moving. I feel for it. I feel for it. There's actually, like, I feel like I'm doing well. And then a lot of people around me are just not doing well. And then I don't have anything I can do to help, you know? It sucks. I don't feel bad for doing well, but I feel bad that I can't help. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's easy when it won't fuck with them. Yeah. But do you guys kind of get what I'm saying? It's like when you have that helpless feeling and you want to be able to do something to help other people, but it doesn't really seem like there is an option. Or there is some kind of way for you to assist. Yeah. And shit, I wish Kalamazoo was in Austin or something like that. We just go out, grab a drink or something like that, and what's the term? not reminisce, commiserate, you know? Kind of messed up he didn't get invited. The man does tons to the lock community, far more than some. Yep. This thing is like, nope, no flack to the people that did. Who's pushing buttons? Me. This is a VOD. Whoop. There you go. Have two of me. Have two of me. Yeah, this is all footage from the past 2 days. So past 2 days I haven't been streaming, been doing this. Been doing guide writing content, all that stuff. Hope we the viewers for so many years, you're always answering and promoting the game so well. Can't help all streamers, but thanks for helping us, of course. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing is like doing what you can and then, you know, trying to feel like it's going to be enough. I try. Yeah, basically we had Monday and Tuesday where we had access to this alpha server. And then we couldn't talk about it or anything until today at noon my time. So I like queued up my YouTube videos and all that other stuff and recorded as much footage as I could, tested as much stuff as I could, and then got it prepped and ready. Oh yeah, where is this that it takes me to? I forget. Oh yeah, it just takes me out. I think this is also the part where I try to fly down into the hole. I think. Delves were not that challenging, but I was only on level 2 out of 11 levels, and it wouldn't let me go to the higher levels because I'm not max level. So I imagine they're going to do like real delve testing a little bit later on. Because I think in a lot of cases, what we play on alpha or beta is like 3 weeks to 5 weeks behind Blizzard sometimes. And so I'd have to imagine they're going to have like delves out in beta where they're really going to be fleshed out and you can just make template characters and do all kinds of stuff. But that'll be a while from now. So, overall feelings, it is about the same amount of alpha content, a little bit more polished than some of the other tests that I've done, but it's certainly a lot later that they released alpha compared to how they have over the years. But they've been moving their alphas like sooner and sooner all the time, so it kind of makes sense. So I'd say like delves, they made them like very safe so far. They kind of like set the foundation, right? Which isn't too surprising. But when they are going to be working on like their ambitious side to make challenges and puzzles and difficulty and stuff, like they're going to have to move very quickly, which might be a concern. Hero talents, I think my expectation is like as long as there's one good hero talent per spec, we'll be fine. Holy Priest is more healing output and keys than disc. They're kind of similar. They're just kind of like different healing profiles. Yeah. I feel like I'm worried, Danvers, that delves may not be enough to really bring people back into WoW. And I hope I'm wrong. I feel like Shadowlands did so much damage to people's perception of the game and like Dragonflight was okay, but like didn't really like wow anybody. I feel like Dragonflight was kind of like WoW made on an assembly line, you know, instead of being like handcrafted. I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, you got the raids, you got the dungeons, you got the classes, okay, cool. But it's kind of just like flat, you know? So I'm hoping that there's gonna be something special, right? That kind of brings everybody back into it, but I'm not 100% sure what that's gonna be. Yeah. Won't bring people back, to be honest. The trailer alone was so bad. That's the other thing, is like the trailer wasn't really what like Warcraft fans would want, and honestly it also kind of ran counter to what Metzen was bringing. Like if you watch the event, the cinematic was very low energy, but Metzen is just like, he knows how to please a crowd, he knows how to keep them going, and you know, keep him hanging on his every word. And he was really high energy. And so, like, kind of like the Metzen speech was more exciting than the cinematic, you know? I mean, they could also just release a sick cinematic soon, right? And then get people really hyped and have a release date and all this other stuff. Like, so much stuff can change. You know? Just like, okay, when's it gonna be? Oh, yeah, Void Weaver's way better, Furay. Way better. Yeet. So yeah, they got some good stuff coming. I mean, especially having dynamic flight for all the mounts, that's gonna be pretty sick. That's gonna be really, really sick. Void Blast heals 100% more through Atonement. Oh, yeah. And it's a Shadow spell, so it's going to do more during Shadow Covenant. It's a very good successor, Furay. I think it's a really, really good successor to the Season 3 tier set. Like, we knew it was going to go eventually, and now we know that it's getting replaced by something nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's like one of the quests to put down all the goo. Yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna get some food, guys. Tomorrow we should have Alpha up. Probably do a little bit of live servers if it's coming up later in the day, or if I don't get access or something like that. We might do some live stuff. TBD. I'll figure it out. We pray for Alpha. Because this is like linking to my regular account instead of getting like a login for a temporary thing. But yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna rip ads and then toss the raid on over to Towley. Oh wait, is he showing footage of me healing him? Oh no, it's somebody else. I hate to see it. Alright. No, the instant radiance is from Oracle, Furay. Unfortunately, man. Yeah, dudes, have a great night. Love you faces. Be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. And hopefully we do more alpha content.